session with a motion.
Very good. I'd like to call to order the regular council meeting. We are commencing at 5:15 p.m. I would like to ask our town clerk, Pam Schilling, to call the roll.
Okay, absolutely. Let's start with Gary Tenenbaum.
Here.
Thanks, Gary. Bill Infante.
Here.
Thank you, Bill. Glenn Drummond.
Here.
Thank you, Glenn. David Knight.
Here.
Thank you, David. Elise Hoddle.
Here.
Thank you, Elise. Ryan Slack.
Here.
Thank you, Ryan. And Bill Kane.
Here.
Look at that. Everybody's like a pro now.
Yeah. So I would begin the evening by entertaining a motion to enter executive session for a conference with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions in accordance with CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4B, more specifically to discuss case number 2016 CV 30322, Theodore Guy versus the town of Basalt, and for the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of property interest in accordance with CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4A, more precisely to discuss the Lot 4 Mid-Valley Center property purchase. So for those reasons, we would enter executive session. I would entertain a motion from one of the counselors. Pam?
I was just going to ask if the order that you discuss those items, if you could discuss the property item first and then the Ted Guy issue, just for recording purposes.
Certainly. So let the record show we will be discussing the property purchase issue first, and then we will move to outstanding litigation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So do we have a motion to enter executive session?
Mayor, I move that the town council enter executive session for a conference with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice for the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of property interest in accordance with CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4A, more specifically to discuss the Lot 4 Mid-Valley Center property purchase, and receiving legal advice on specific legal questions in accordance with CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4B, more specifically to discuss case number 2016 CV 30322, Theodore Guy versus town of Basalt.
Great. Jeff, I'm sure you're proud of us. We've recited that twice now, so.
I am.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been seconded by Glenn Drummond. Discussion on the motion. Then we will have, do we need a roll call vote? Okay. We will have a roll call vote.
Okay. Let's start with Ryan Slack.
Here, yes.
Thank you. David Knight.
Here.
Yes on the motion, sir?
Yes, motion.
Thank you. Bill Infante?
You're mute.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Bill.
I sure was. Sorry, I was pulling up the document.
All right. Bill Kane?
Yes.
Gary Tenenbaum?
Yes.
Elise Hoddle?
Yes.
Glenn Drummond?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, with that, I will turn it over to our counselor to, we're doing the property first, so that's Ryan going to cover that one, I'm pretty sure, so.
I start recording.
What's just a question, how are we doing our recording, Pam?
Pam,
The recording will be strictly by Zoom.
Okay.
We will ask that Amy turn off the sound in any broadcast at this point, and then we will ask her to, and then we will shut down the Zoom recording when you go to the second part of your executive session.
so we're recording right now.
Correct, and we should be.
Okay.
Yes. And then we will
board tonight, and we've got a good, ambitious agenda, so we will get to it. The first order of business for the evening is to have a call to order on the roll call. I think we got a call to order. So Pam, you want to call the roll, see who we have in attendance?
Absolutely. All right, Bill Kane,
Here.
Gary Tenenbaum,
Here.
David Knight,
Here.
Bill Infante,
Here.
Glenn Drummond,
Here.
Elise Hoddle,
Present?
Ryan Slack.
Here.
Okay. We're gang all here.
Another voter there. Is that it? That's our full team. Well, the first order of business tonight is to approve a consent agenda that has two elements on it. The first is, the April 28th minutes, and the second is a resolution of the town council approving project assurances for completion of work on the Lake Christine fire. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as amended by Pam earlier this afternoon.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Seconded by Glenn Drummond.
Oh,
All those in favor?
David Knight.
That was David Knight.
Oh, David Knight, sorry. So, yeah, Glenn, Glenn scratched his beard there, kind of got faked. So, is this a roll call, or can we just do it by voice vote?
This is the roll call still.
Okay, all righty. Call the roll, Pam, please.
Okay, sounds good. Let's start with Bill Infante,
Yes.
Glenn Drummond,
Yes.
Elise Hoddle,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
Bill Kane,
Yes.
Gary Tenenbaum,
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. The next item up is a public comment, and this is a call to the public. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. Identify yourself by name and address when making comments. Comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive. We'll be the judge of that. Town council will make no decision or take action except to direct the town manager in this session. So, do we have anyone that signed up for public comment tonight? Susan, are you in charge of this?
Yes, we haven't had anyone yet to sign up. We had asked people to email planning@basalt.net or text 970-987-7010 with the name and phone number, and then we'll call you. So normally what we've been doing is kind of waiting 2 minutes after I make that announcement, just to make sure that anyone who wants to speak has either emailed or text. And so far, we don't have any. So I'll start that clock.
Okay, so this is your dinner break, guys. You got 2 minutes. I'm eating. So I'll go off camera here.
Bill, if you're eating, it better be vegetarian.
You know, unbelievable. It
To,
actually is. It's an asparagus omelet with Gruyere cheese, and I won't go into the rest of it.
to fill some time, I'll make a counselor comment now.
Go ahead.
I did drive around last night during the rainstorm to inspect all the flooding issues that we had previously on Sopris. I commend the staff and Ryan for doing a great job. There's still some fine tuning that needs to be done on Lower Sopris Road, but overall it seemed pretty darn good. There wasn't a lot of major flooding that I could see. Just one house that I'm gonna send over to Ryan here after the meeting, but it looked really good. So compliments to all the engineers and staff that put in a lot of hard work after last summer's storm.
Well, thanks for cruising around. Yeah, we got, I think, over half an inch of rain, so that was a pretty good test.
On that same topic, while we're waiting for the public to call in, received a little bit of communication going back from some of the folks up on Cedar who had a couple issues last year. And as I saw the hail and rain falling last night, I was thinking of them because I know they had some flooding issues. And the report that I got today was that it looked like some of the mitigation up at the top of the street had held out, but they were still kind of hoping that they would see some of the other road work that had been proposed completed before we hit flood season again this year, or whatever the monsoonal season. Yeah. But otherwise, all good.
So Susan, how
So
are we there?
I think we're good time-wise, and I didn't receive any emails, and Ryan didn't receive any text messages, so I think we're ready for the next item.
Great, thank you. The next item are mayor and council reports and comments, and I just have to say that I'm not going to make my comments right now. I'll wait my turn here, but I think what's fair game under this category for tonight is to just talk about, we're just not getting a lot of chance to see each other face to face. I think that fair game, just have a little bit of discussion about how it's going, what we're hearing, what we see in the town, what our constituents are thinking. I know Bill Infante has been working with the bar and restaurant group, and that's not an easy chore. That's, we've got lots of folks that are really concerned. David Knight and I have been working on the retail side. I think all of us have been meeting with our constituent groups. So we don't have a ton of time, but it would be, I think, useful. I know I have just a punch list of things I'd like to go through and bring up with the council as ideas that could really be useful in terms of trying to help mitigate the economic impact of the COVID-19. So floor is open for council comments, but I just want to make sure we know that commentary on the Economic Recovery Task Force, I think, would be welcomed at this time. So have at it. You guys don't talk soon. I'm going to start talking.
So, I'll start off, I guess, break the ice. Reached out to construction companies. They're all relatively happy that we have to be back to work. The only consistent complaint I can say across the board was carpooling. As a town, I don't think there's a lot we can do about that. But overall, they're happy to be back to work. They'll deal with the mitigation efforts that they need to do with, and they're happy. Some people are like, well, depending on the size of the square footage area, should dictate how many people are allowed, but overall, pretty satisfied.
Great. David, you up?
Let's see. I'll keep it brief. We had our discussion last night with several retail leaders, and everyone's been utilizing some of the relief resources that they have, but those are obviously running out soon. Kind of waiting to see what happens as far as future public health orders coming out in the end of May and into June, and I think everybody's adjusting for that to see what. Not thinking as far as inventory. We heard some people say we're trying to look at more casual, look at it's going to reflect what people are going to be doing. With life is a lot simpler now. So we heard a little bit about that. Let's see what else. Yeah, and some folks are hoping that we're going to get a lot of driving tourists to come to Basalt from Denver, even places that are further but still within driving distance. Second homeowners, things like that, and that could help boost their businesses as well. And there's a desire, I think, to have some marketing in concert with the chamber to help promote what we're trying to do there, to bring a lot of folks who don't want to fly, because I think, and a lot of people think that flying is not going to be the first choice of travel, I'll put it that way, in the upcoming summer. So trying to capitalize on that drive market, get people to come up and make Basalt a welcoming place. There was a lot of enthusiasm for that. Bill, what did I miss?
Pardon?
What did I miss from last night?
Well, we heard a lot of interesting stuff. I think I'll defer and wait to let everybody else have a chat, and then I would like to offer about 4 or 5 ideas that I have previewed with Ryan Mahoney a little bit, and like to get some encouragement from council to pursue some ideas that we could do on a short-term basis that could really, be a meaningful help for retail and bar and restaurant business in town. So I'll hold off for a minute until we hear from the rest of council.
Sounds good.
I'll reserve my time, in other words.
Okay. Hey, Bill, I'm ready. I'm good to chime in if timing works. And just for curiosity's sake, is somebody monitoring the raise hand function, or should we just kind of leap in when the spirit moves?
Yeah, I would raise your hand. I think that's a good idea.
Very good. Before getting into kind of restaurant and bar, I did want to just ask if we could follow up with CPW on the question of lead testing. They were supposed to begin lead testing up around Lake Christine this spring, and understand that COVID may have thrown a little bit of a spanner in their timing, but I'd like to pursue that so that we do get that done. And then just kind of interested in the treatment of the range during the red flag warning, the stage 2 designation, and what that means, because again, we've had our experiences in the past. On restaurant and bar, many of you may have seen that Pitkin County last week moved through the Board of Health to approve the request for a waiver from the state ordinance, thereby permitting restaurants and bars to open in advance of the end of the month. It'll be really important for us to be consistent between the 2 counties that we straddle. I had gone back and forth with our county commissioners over in Eagle. Matt Scher has been participating on the Zoom calls and has really been a wonderful source of information and insight. They are Eagle County is looking to use the pre-existing waiver that they secured, whenever that would have been in late March or maybe mid-April, as the basis to permit a restaurant reopening in some partial basis before the end of the month. But I think both Pitkin and Eagle are hoping that the state will move to a partial restaurant reopening. Listening to Governor Polis's press conference yesterday, however, he made it very clear that he is going to do nothing until he has much more data on the impact of safer at home, and he doesn't expect that information to come until about May 25th. So I don't think we should anticipate anything coming from the state until May 25th, but the state order expires on the 26th, the new order expected the 27th, so we may see something that will give restaurants the latitude to open in some capacity, but we don't at this point have the ability to telegraph to them what that may look like. Having said that, Mesa County did receive waiver to reopen on April 29th. They then reissued their own order on April 30th, providing many of the protocols and procedures for restaurant reopening, and in all likelihood, that's what we would see in the event that the state moves forward, and if not, if Eagle and Pitkin move forward. So again, we don't have anything definitive, but the governor certainly made clear that he hopes to reopen restaurants for in-store dining at the end of May, with additional phasing in June. And so we'll just have to stay tuned. But Jill Ryan also had confirmed to me that this was a priority, that they are very sensitive to it, and they are empathetic to what the restaurants are going through. The kinds of things that the restaurants keep talking about, and this jives with what I've discussed with Tori up in Aspen and with the folks down in Carbondale, is generally speaking an effort to expand outdoor seating into whatever sidewalks and other public right-of-ways. I know the guys up in Aspen are looking at this, at the legality and what would be required to amend the Aspen ordinances to permit that. The little bit of a wrinkle in this is, of course, liquor licensing. There is some notion that Governor Polis will issue a blanket statewide order permitting more flexible application of liquor licensing, but I don't know anything specific about that. It is only something that I have heard from a couple different folks. Then the other thing that we had discussed, which I know the restaurants, at least on down in Willits on Market Street, as well as some on Midland, they have expressed interest in seeking designation as an entertainment district, which would provide greater latitude to serve in public spaces and then to have open carry in other areas that were so designated as this entertainment district. Aspen is also looking at that. They're looking at a pretty extensive designation that would extend from more or less the middle of June until the middle or end of October. So this would be a pretty significant step forward in providing much more liberal access to Aspen restaurateurs and bars to serve. But again, all of this is a work in process. I know there were a couple other possibilities or prospects that are being discussed, but I will leave those to the mayor to share. I did want to discuss more broadly, however, what our own goals and objectives are, so that we are clear in what we hope to achieve. I'd also appreciate a little bit of clarity on what the relationship is with this regional effort that's ostensibly going on. I reached out to Chris Romer. He referred me to the regional task force. I signed up again. I haven't heard anything from them. I had, again, Ryan Mahoney had mentioned that the Basalt Chamber was kind of spearheading stuff, but I frankly have not heard very much, if anything, from the Basalt Chamber of a specific nature on any recovery relief or any kind of specific initiative on restaurants. So I'm just wondering kind of what we're doing on coordination there and how we want to carry this forward in the future.
Great. I can make a comment or two about that. Any other comments from council? Elise? Elise,
So I have lodging and wellness, and then as a subset of wellness, I reached out to the salons. I did not hear much from salons. I couldn't organize them to have a call because now that they're allowed to be open, they are completely slammed and trying to fit like 3 months worth of appointments into 1 month. I hear background noise. Somebody?
it's Ryan's. There we go. That'll. It was only that easy, right, Ryan?
Well, for a second I thought maybe it was in my head, so.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I ended up doing is I ended up sort of emailing them just a couple of questions so that they could answer that at their leisure, since it sounds like they're pretty slammed. And I've received one email back, which I just saw it as we logged in today. The wellness group, so that's CrossFit, yoga, Pilates, gyms, that sort of thing. Their main concern is with the mask ordinance, in terms of interfering with people's health as they're working out. There's been some studies that show that wearing a mask while you're working out can cause lightheadedness and dizziness, and so then, of course, that could lead to other issues. So that's maybe something to consider if we decide to extend the mask resolution past the 26th. And then I'm just sort of touching broadly on the most important topics, because otherwise we'd be here all day. And then lastly, with the lodging folks, well, actually, this is true across the board. A lot of desire for coordination between the counties. It's been really frustrating having different rules at different levels, the state level, the county level, the city level, and so on and so forth. There, I think, is a very, very strong desire to see if there isn't a way that we could have more autonomy as a valley and as one unique encompassing valley instead of, you know, all of these different jurisdictions. So I don't know what we can do about that one, but that's definitely something that I heard across the board. And then specific to lodging, they're really struggling with tax payments and accruing, and I might be saying this wrong, penalties for late payments and so forth. That's a huge issue for them. They were all across the board concerned about that. And then the other thing is they feel like because we were sort of hit early on with the COVID-19 case that was identified in the Australian woman and then with her companions, that there's been sort of some negative publicity about mountain towns and the safety here, and so they are really interested in some kind of a campaign that really showcases how easy it is to social distance, so that when we get to a point where we're inviting visitors back, that there isn't sort of this negative stigma about coming here. And they also, similar to I think what David Knight said, are looking to engage folks in it from a driving distance first, as you know, their initial audience to come and go mountain biking and fly fishing and do all of the things that you can do outdoors that are, you know, naturally social distance.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Elise. That's good info, and I think I really appreciate the comments about kind of the industry trying to figure it out for themselves. Maybe it's only a partial answer to Bill Infante's point about, you know, what is the larger framework here? What's the construct? How will these individual sort of study groups, roundtables interact, and how will that information sort of inform broader decision-making valley-wide? And I know Chris Matera is working on that. She's got, the city of Aspen is going to fund, I think, a coordinator. I mean, I think this may be coming. I'm not privy to the details, but I think she is part of a larger study group to try to figure out how to best organize on a regional basis so that, you know, we have a retail group from Aspen, a retail group from Basalt, Carbondale, you know, and then we can all sort of compare notes and see if there are appropriate valley-wide strategies for supporting these various economic sectors. So I think that work has gone on. You know, since we meet every 2 weeks, I know I will be happy to personally reach out to Chris and see if she could do an update memo to kind of keep us informed of what this kind of larger regional structure might be looking like. So it's an excellent question. I mean, you got to have a better sense of what we're working towards here. So I will take that as a personal charge. I've written it down here, and I will follow up with Chris and see if something can be circulated. I will just make a couple comments. These are, and I'm going to make a request too to see if I can get some support for council to get to work for things. To get to work on a couple of things. The request here isn't necessarily to approve the program, but request that staff spend some time thinking through a number of ideas that have surfaced in the last couple of weeks. And then maybe we'd have something more definitive to discuss and possibly take action on at the May 26th meeting. So these were ideas that have surfaced. One is the Salt Ducks, and this is a program that we undertook in 2008 and 9. It's a stimulus spending program. We could do this in various segments. We can try it in perhaps $10,000 lumps. But the arrangement is simply this, that people, and I'm not sure what the percentage is yet, I think we should rely on staff to make a recommendation to us. But what we did before was put up the sale of basalt bucks, and people could come to town hall and buy $100 worth of basalt bucks for $75. And so then people get, this basically these little basalt dollars, which are good at any retail establishment or any bar or restaurant in town. And they then the retailer would basically accept that money, and then perhaps on a weekly basis, they bring them back to town hall and cash them in. So our contribution, this is essentially a stimulus fire starter-like program where we encourage people to come to Basalt and patronize stores and bars and restaurants. It's kind of incredibly efficient. So when you really drill into the numbers, this is like a 400% leverage here. So if we put in $10,000, it's not hard to do the math to see that that would stimulate $40,000 worth of total spending in the town, and we'd pick up the tab for 25% of that. It really worked well in Basalt in 08 and 09 when we really needed to keep the economy moving, and so I would request that we respectfully ask staff to kick this around and serve something back to us as to yes, no, feasibility, what if it's good, what would be the funding amount. So at any rate, Basalt bucks is one idea. Bill Infante hit on the other one, which is liquor law. We can't reform state law, we know that, but is there something we can do to advocate for some relaxation of rules regarding serving on sidewalks and public rights of way? I think it's probably perhaps more important out at Willits on Market Street maybe than it is downtown Basalt, but nevertheless, I think either of those locations would be good to look at. And this may be a longer term matter. The third idea is one Ryan and I have talked about is pursuing an idea with the school district to possibly use the elementary school parking lots in the summertime when we quickly run out of parking on Midland Avenue. We have a newly installed beautiful metal staircase that leads from the elementary school parking lot across Swinging Bridge. It's about 700 feet, so that's less than a 2-block walk in Aspen from an outlying parking lot to downtown. It's probably only critical on, Friday, Saturday nights in the middle of summer, but that's a critical time for business. So I'd really encourage us to work on the school district to see if there is a possibility of flexing up some more parking for downtown Basalt. That would actually be an attractive experience. It's a beautiful walk. I just, done it a couple times to time it and kind of figure out the distance. And it works really well. I mean, we'll have to be sensitive to the neighbors and lighting and commotion. But at any rate, that's idea 3. So we got Basalt bucks, liquor reform, parking, advocating for restaurant opening. I think that's by the boards. I think we are in the hands of Governor Paulus at this point. He's going to announce what the state position is going to be on May 25th. So we can certainly advocate, but I think we're going to find out what the state thinks on the 25th. Some discussion of events, street closures, live music, and so that's something we can always talk about. And people would love to see the shuttle to get back and forth between Willits and downtown and South Side. So a lot of good ideas. I think there's some things that are very actionable. I think the Basalt bucks and the parking deals are things we could get underway on. And, drastic times call for drastic measures. So that's my report. And I would appreciate any comments from council to support the idea of requesting time from the staff. I'm sensitive to what this means. These guys have their hands full with running the town, and there's a limit to how much new stuff they can take on. So, but I think Ryan's pretty enthusiastic about this. If I'm putting words in his mouth. You are enthusiastic, aren't you, town manager?
I'm still on the call.
That's encouraging.
Yeah. So, Bill, I was trying to interrupt you earlier. I was just going to ask if everybody could mute themselves. It sounds like somebody's like sharpening a knife or something in the background. I just keep getting that consistent sound. So just little feedback, especially for those that call in as well as on the screen. It seems to get a little weird with noise. But Bill did bring that up as far as the Basalt bucks, and I've made some calls to colleagues that have recently, just this time around, not during the recession, put some models in place. There were a couple glitches when we did this, 10 years ago. I think overall it was quite a success, but I think we might as well revisit those glitches and just see if we can continue to improve upon it. Christy and I have already been doing some brainstorming, and then I was going to, at our staff meeting this morning, talk to Susan and Pam on this and use their institutional memory as far as where are some of the issues that cropped up before, and so I think we could bring something along those lines back. The parking, reach out to the school. I could have a conversation with them and report back on that. That's somewhat low-hanging fruit, I would say. And then you mentioned events. So Chris and I have been talking regularly, and we would think that with the reopening of restaurants, we would like to use some of the event money / marketing money, and come up with something where we can do proper events. I mean, live music right now is not a reality, and we don't want to have live music so that it encourages people to come and crowd around and linger in places, unfortunately. So I think we pause on live music for a time, but that doesn't mean events can't occur and kind of take a little bit of a different shape than perhaps we're used to. So, for now, for sake of time, I know we've got a lot of people on the phone. We could bring back a proposal for you on those 3 items. The liquor law, we actually sat in on a call today. With regard to, I think a lot of the discussions around, well, if we're able to accommodate some of the restaurants with an expanded consumption area, what does that look like? Right now, as of this afternoon, on a call with the state, there's a method for us to go through that. It does still require a process, but as far as what I understand, they're working on an abbreviated process. And then as it relates to this notion of a common consumption area that was mentioned, those have a lot more detail to them and are not going to be addressed or the rules that exist around them loosened as part of this that we've heard so far. And that does require, and we'd be happy to talk to you about it at a different time when we have more time, but the businesses have to organize themselves. We can't do that for them because they actually have to form their own marketing and oversight board, as I understand it. And so we have had conversations down there. I think it's just a matter of, easier said than done to kind of get that organization piece done. And there's actually some minimum square footages. The consumption area, you have to have 20,000 square feet of consumption area, which is in a small town kind of hard to get.
That's a big one.
we did go over that with the folks down on Market Street and came up with a way that we thought it could potentially work, and just they didn't come back to us with a proposal yet, but we certainly here to be a support and a resource for them in that. But I think the more immediate need is really getting these restaurants back open, working with them on their consumption areas, and trying to accommodate some of the outdoor seating that we know is going to be needed and that kind of stuff.
Great.
So if I see a general nod from council, I'm happy to bring that back to you all at the next meeting. I see lots of nods.
Yeah. Anybody object to town staff working on these ideas? Sounds great. Thank you. Are there any other comments from council?
I just have one quick question.
Yeah.
I know everyone's, everyone's talked about a shuttle for a long time. Is there any way we could investigate with RAFTA to see if we could waive or as a town take over the dollar fee that it costs from getting from Willits to downtown?
Yeah, I've got a RAFTA meeting Thursday morning. I thought, I inquired about that, and I thought the council had actually appropriated money to, and there was going to be an arrangement for RAFTA to not charge a fare. They're not charging fares anyway, so you can ride from Willits to town. Basically, that's implemented right now, but that's only for a period of time. They'll resurrect the fares again shortly. But wasn't there a plan to actually, I thought it was like $60,000 reimbursement to RAFTA to not charge for local service on RAFTA or something? Ryan?
That's correct, but I don't believe any money was actually budgeted for it this year. But Susan, am I not remembering that correctly?
No, we had kind of identified a while back that we thought that that $60,000 was about the right amount, that we could do it, and we were exploring it as part of one of the implementation things when we were doing the master plan, but we have never actually included it in the budget. But we can certainly talk to Dan Blankenship about it.
Well, right now we do have free service everywhere on RAFTA, but that's, RAFTA, I should have provided this in my report, but I did attend my first RAFTA meeting the day after the election, or the day after the swearing in. So it was a fast action, but they have a phased plan to actually increase occupancy on the buses. The buses are still limited 9 passengers for the big transit buses, and most of the seats are roped off. But Dan Blankenship has asked for flexibility and increasing the count and density and total ridership in the system. So that's being gradually rolled out. We're going to learn about exactly what the total passenger miles have been in the last 2 weeks at our meeting on Thursday. So, but anyway, it's a great point. I mean, I've heard that for years about trying to get better transit service between the centers of our town. So be a lovely thing to get established. We're probably going to have to see what the revenue stream looks like this summer and fall. So any other comments from council? That's a perfect segue to the manager's report. And then Birch Barron, we're going to hear then from Birch Barron from Eagle County. Birch is the incident manager and emergency response manager for COVID-19 for Eagle County. These guys are doing great work over there. So it'd be good to hear from him. So Ryan, I assume you'll do yours and then we'll hear from Birch.
Yeah, so I got one late request for a public comment. So if it's okay, we'd like to call Stacy Kraft. She wanted to make a public comment.
Okay.
So I'll call her now.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Stacy. This is Susan Phelp. You're live on the Basalt Town Council.
Great. Thank you so much. I was on the phone with tech support and I could not get on the first front of the call.
Well, that's good.
Well,
Well, good evening, Stacy. This is Bill Kane. You can proceed to make your comments. Try to limit them to 3 minutes.
I really appreciate you pulling me into this. So I'm not opposed to the town making a purchase of land for a maintenance facility. Are you there?
Just a minute. We're fixing audio.
Hang on, Stacy.
Okay, sure.
Stacy, do you have your laptop?
Stacy, do you have a phone and a computer on at the same time by any chance?
No, I don't. My speaker is off on my computer.
It typically produces that echoing, so.
Now it doesn't sound like it, though.
Yeah, Amy's playing.
Okay, give it a try.
Okay. Now does it come through clearly? Still getting a lot of feedback.
I think we better try calling back in.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
hang up.
You call me back.
Okay, try it now, actually.
What? Okay, sorry, I just hung up. Second, I put her.
Did we lose Susan? Do we know?
No, I'm here. I just hung up with Stacy.
I thought she said she was going to have Stacy call back in. Maybe we lost Susan.
We're still here. We were
Hi.
just trying to mute our side.
Yeah. So Stacy.
Okay.
I think we're good now.
Okay, thank you. That sounded like a psychedelic town council meeting to begin with. Okay. All right. So
Susan,
this
what's
is
happening?
Stacy Kraft. I live in.
Back in?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Susan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, okay. I see you're muted for.
Yeah, I think you're muted, Susan.
I'm always
Yeah,
muted.
Susan, you're
Actually,
muted.
I'm in the using the phone for my.
Still muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can hear Stacy now. Stacy?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So this is
Okay.
Stacy Kraft. I live in downtown Basalt. And thank you for pulling me into this the call. I really appreciate it. I'm not opposed to the town making a purchase of land for a maintenance facility, but I'm deeply concerned about the manner in which this transaction has occurred, and I hope the town will adopt new rules for future purchases. I'm a realtor, and I reviewed the purchase contract for my own curiosity. There are several glaring issues with this purchase contract. Foremost, the seller's broker wrote the buyer's purchase contract, which is unusual. There is no real estate broker representing the buyer, which is us, the taxpayers. The purchase price is more than triple the tax assessor's valuation, and the purchase price is $200,000 more than a similar property that's listed in Southside that's already under contract. A buyer's broker would have encouraged the town to offer a lower purchase price for the land and then would have negotiated the deal to the benefit of the town and taxpayers. Another issue is that the wrong address is listed on the purchase contract. The purchase contract that the seller's agent wrote lists a physical address that is actually for a piece of land in Holland Hills, which is many miles away from the property near Willits that the town wants to buy. The council agenda packet has listed this incorrect address, and town council has been referring to this incorrect address whenever you discuss the purchase. Additionally, taxpayers will not know the appraised value of the property before council votes on the purchase. The appraisal value will only be publicized after the sale is completed, and this makes no sense. How can the public be confident about this or any other purchase if we don't know what the appraisal has come in at? All of these things could have been avoided if the town had engaged a real estate professional to represent the town's interests. It cost a buyer $0 to work with a buyer's broker because the seller pays the commission. A buyer's broker has a fiduciary duty to uphold the buyer's best interest. In this case, the buyer is us, the taxpayers. In the case of the Shelton purchase, Basalt's town attorney is keeping an eye on the legalities and the paperwork, but that is very different from the services that a realtor provides. A realtor negotiates the finances. A realtor negotiates inspection issues, and a realtor alerts the buyer to possible disclosure issues. A buyer's broker performs a different function than a town attorney, and I would just encourage the town to engage with some buyer's broker, an experienced buyer's broker that specializes in land purchases, or whatever kind of purchase you're making, before you embark on more purchases. It doesn't make sense for the town to be flying by the seat of its pants on $1.8 million purchase. So that is my 2 cents, and I hope that the town council will change the rules and have different rules for future purchases so that taxpayers are protected. Thank you very much. All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks for your,
Sounds like good advice.
Thanks.
So, is that it for public comment?
Yes, I believe
I
that
didn't get it.
is it.
Okay, I think we are then arrived at the manager's report. We're doing well. We're only half an hour behind.
Yeah.
But
You know,
we're covering a lot of ground. So Ryan, I assume you want to go first. I guess would be a little concerned about keeping Birch on the hook here. I don't know if you want to switch with him or whether you want to go first, however you want to.
What I would say is the majority of what I was going to talk about is going to be covered throughout these discussions we're having, whether it's this council feedback or later agenda items. So my suggestion would be that we go to Birch. One thing I might mention that was mentioned earlier is the flood control that was placed last summer in the Hill District and then all around Basalt Mountain. The purpose of that is not really to deal with nuisance water. That was really to deal with sort of catastrophic flooding and to ideally divert it away from structures. And so that's really the purpose of those NRCS funds that we were able to use. As far as additional road work, there was not additional road work that was contemplated up on Cedar. What it was cleaning out the borrow ditch that was up there, and that was done. There's really limited real estate to make the borrow ditch a whole lot larger, and if that was something that we wanted to do in the future, it may require some land acquisition. I don't know, but also just a better engineered solution. But if you look at the culverts and all of that down that road, it would be a major project, and I think that the idea for the sort of historic water we've seen in there, that's going to remain. The real flooding issues that we're trying to avoid has been addressed. And so we'll go up and Ryan Slack had texted me the information on the house that he saw, and I think what the solution there, we've really encouraged the homeowners to the extent that water is coming onto your property, you are well within your rights to protect your structure using sandbags and things of that nature. You just have to make sure when those are placed, they're done in a fashion that they're not going to concentrate water onto a downstream property. And so we'll alert Public Works to what happened there and take a look at it. But just wanted to make that clarification. So with that, I think we can jump on with Birch. He's been patiently waiting here for us to get kicked off.
He was patiently waiting. I don't know if he's still. Birch, are you still with us?
He's here.
I'm still here. Yep.
Great. Well, Birch,
sure.
good evening. So Birch is our emergency manager for COVID-19 from Eagle County, and we've been working with Jeff Schroll and Angela. We've had a whole team from Eagle County who have been excellent to work with. So tonight, we appreciate you getting on with us, and if you could just give us an update on where we are with COVID-19 and what we might expect in coming weeks and months.
Sure. Thank you, Bill. So I'm the emergency manager for Eagle County. So my job is generally to make sure that we are all coordinating this together and we're all at the table together. Not just county government or Basalt government, of course, but all of the various response partners, medical providers, our community members. I am, going to talk a little bit today about where we are right now, and then a little bit about the timeline and I think what we're looking for in this current phase and move into the next phase, but definitely available to any questions. It's kind of disappointing that my first chance to talk with a lot of you is over a video camera, but that's the nature of this particular crisis.
Yeah.
I think starting out, it's really important just to emphasize that our area has really led the state in everything from quickly identifying this disease as it entered our community to flattening that curve and preventing further disease spread, but then also really pushing the state and our area to say the consequences of keeping things closed too long not only have economic detriments, but those economic detriments are really, really tied into the health and safety of our community. We see behavioral health concerns, greater domestic violence, greater anxiety, greater substance use, and a lot of long-term health and economic consequences that we really have to, as a community, wrestle with as we seek to prevent disease spread. So before I jump into some slides I want to share with y'all, I just want to start out and address the fact that we have been, up to this point, like I said, incredibly successful at staying on the front lines of preventing that disease spread. We know that occasionally you get the comment, hey, why don't we just let it run its course, right? You look at those 8 deaths that we've tragically had in the county so far and 40 hospitalizations and say, well, that's really tragic, but maybe it's not that bad. Just looking at our information here locally in this county, if we let this run its course, we're looking at hundreds of deaths and thousands of hospitalizations. And so I think what I'd like to do here is share my screen and talk with you guys a little bit about the data that we've seen up to this point. And, data, it's easy to glaze your eyes over, but I want to spend some time talking about really what it means, right? So right now, the biggest caveat with what I'm about to show you is that any data that we have prior to May 11th, which is really yesterday, is reflecting our success in that first stay-at-home phase. Because we know it takes 5 to 7 days from the time of infection for somebody to even start feeling symptoms. And typically what we've seen is it takes days, if not weeks, for people who have those symptoms to go to the medical provider and get tested. What we're seeing now is still really reflective of diseases that were spread before we went into this current green phase of reopening. Going into this week and next week, we're looking really closely at this because we want to know, was our community able to effectively take on this challenge and say, yes, we can reopen a little bit, but do it safely? And are we ready to take that next step in a way that doesn't get us back to the situation we were in early March? So I think that's the big asterisk. Starting out, I want to check in on disease trends. I've asked our public health team on each of these areas to just give me a sentiment, how they feel on a scale of comfortable, cautious, or concerned, right? On the local disease trends, they're cautious right now. There's nothing incredibly alarming, but they're seeing some positive things and some negative. I think that one of the things that's really keeping them cautious is that most of our data is showing success in that first phase where we were very much shut down as a community and social distancing was required everywhere. I think that our confidence could be boosted depending on what we see going into this week and next week. Some other things that make us cautious is that we have seen this virus impacting high-risk populations. The way this virus looks in our community is it comes in through largely tourists and non-residents, and then it stays in some of our frontline service communities and our high-risk communities and people who live here and reside in our area. On the success side, we have seen that we are able to quickly identify new cases and put in the isolation and quarantine orders. This was part of our ability to go into this current green phase of reopening. But at the same time, as our public health team does the contact tracing and every individual that has positive, they work with them to identify where did you contract this disease, if you even know, who are you in contact with. They work with those people to say, did you get it? Do you develop symptoms? Are you preventing that disease spread further? One of the things that we're seeing in these recent cases is that we are seeing more disease spread, specifically because people have started to change their behaviors in this current phase. They've started to go out and have birthday parties or drinks with friends or get their hair cut, and things that we think will limit disease spread, not to zero, but we are seeing those activities lead to more spread than we had in this lockdown phase. The second thing is that our contact tracing that our public health team does is showing that in this phase that we're currently in over the last 2 weeks, we've seen more contacts for the individuals that do test positive. So whereas in the early phase, one individual who tests positive may have a limited number of close contacts, people they live with, people who they're very, very close with, we are seeing, unfortunately, people loosening up on their own responsibility to limit the number of people who they're spending time close with, and that is leading to more disease spread. That being said, I want to look at some more positive trends. When we look at number of new cases, really our public health team is pretty comfortable. 16 cases over the past 10 days, 16 new cases, so this disease is not gone from our community. It's not gone from the Roaring Fork Valley. But those new cases have stayed more or less level. That number goes up and down a little bit, and we expect that to stay even for the foreseeable future. But right now, what we're seeing, at least in the early indicators of this new phase, is looking pretty good. The other thing we look at is percent of tests that come back positive. Right now, we're at about 5.5% of all those individuals that go and get tested come back positive. Compared to our peak, which I think here in the county was about 41% of individuals getting tested came back positive, that's pretty good. That doesn't tell us the total percentage of people in our community who are sick, but it does give us a good indication if we see that number start to go up, that we really need to be aggressively testing more. I think moving along, another variable we look at, of course, is hospital admissions and medical visits. Right now, things are looking really comfortable. We have one COVID hospitalization over the last 10 days and about 15.5 average daily respiratory outpatient visits daily over the last 2 weeks. That might sound like a lot, but our health providers have told us really anything less than 40 is still pretty solid. I want to flag that one in particular because hospital admissions and EMS runs for COVID are really something that is incredibly lagging as a measure. So if we had an incredible problem right now, it probably wouldn't start showing up into the hospital for several weeks, 3-4 weeks after that initial infection. So we're looking really closely at that, but it is something that lags a little behind even testing. And then lastly, we look at regional, state, and national trends because a big piece of this next phase of reopening is inviting more out-of-county visitors back into our community. And we know that we need to do that in a way that's safe. And so looking at our regional trends, which really are showing Colorado a little bit of a dropping curve, leveling off, as well as regional testing capacity with our partners in Garfield and Pitkin County, really getting up to a level where we feel more comfortable that we can identify those cases quickly. So that's what we're looking at right now. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about how this and how we feel about this translates into our ability to take that next step. But I'll pause in case there are any questions on this data.
Any questions?
I'm not hearing any, so I guess I'll move right into the next piece, which is what does our timeline look like for that next phase? And I think you heard it from the governor, you heard it from Jeff and Heath. really to responsibly tell our community we can safely take this next phase without getting into a situation we were in back in March, we need a little bit of data to tell us what this current phase is looking like and whether we were successful in limiting the disease spread in our current phase. Right now, like I said, we expect to be getting that data over this week and next week. And we are comfortable at the earliest point we feel safe moving into that next phase. We feel compelled to do that and take that next step because we recognize that every day we don't take that next step, there are economic and health benefit or consequences for our community. Right now, we've said the earliest we feel comfortable taking that next step is 4 weeks from the point of that first step, right? 2 weeks to begin to start even seeing what this looks like, and then this week and next week to say, are those trends, are we able to limit that number enough that means our community is taking this seriously and able to take that next step? So 4 weeks from our last public health order on April 27th will be Monday, May 25th. So that's a date we're looking at really closely right now. I think all of us are hesitant to, stamp and confidently say, yes, it will be May 25th. But that'll be 4 weeks, and that'll be a point where we really have enough data to tell us, unless something really alarming is happening in our disease spike, we want to be able to take that step and take it safely. So a few things we've heard, and I think these were echoed by some of the comments earlier, is really, as soon as it's safe to do so, although there are people in our community that want to stay completely shut down and isolated for as long as possible, and we still want to respect their ability to do that. As soon as it's safe to do so, we want to be able to allow businesses to reopen in our community, to begin to function in a new normal for this next phase. I think at the same time, we want to make sure, and we've heard very loud and clear, that we want to make sure that that's communicated ahead of that next step. So I think if we're looking at, the next step potentially being as soon as a week and a half away, we're really aiming towards the end of this week to get some really clear communication out there to what that next step looks like. Some guidance for our restaurants and our drinking establishments and our event promoters to at least know, what can I plan for? How can I get ready to be able to engage safely in this next environment? And then lastly, I think the challenging part, especially for the Roaring Fork area, is we've heard loud and clear, hey, can you do that in a way that's coordinated regionally? And I can tell you that we are coordinating in the sense that I share information with my counterparts in Pitkin County and Garfield County very regularly. They tell us where they're at. We tell them where we're at. We have always had this hope that we can move forward in lockstep with the counties that surround us so that we can easily communicate to partners, especially in the Roaring Fork area, what this means for your community. But in some cases, and I think this may be one of them as well, waiting until Pitkin County and Garfield County are at a point to take the steps that we are at would cause us to be further behind in our ability to take some of these next steps. So we're absolutely hearing that loud and clear. And at the very least, if we can't be taking those steps at the same time, we want to be very clear ahead of time about what our steps look like so that our partner jurisdictions and the people on those borders can help prepare for that. Lastly, I think I'll just point out, we have had some success, but also some challenges working with some of the businesses that are really hurting right now and hoping to get open. I think that one of the things that has been incredibly helpful is some of those businesses, and especially the chambers of commerce and those sector leads, have really taken on this challenge to say, our community looks different right now, right? And how do we develop a model for how we would run business in a way that prevents disease spread and do that safely? And those models have helped us say, okay, let's make this part of the next order. Let's make that, let's make sure that that is something that we're able to take that step safely because we can tell our business communities ready to do that safely. But at the same time, to be perfectly honest, we still do see some businesses really actively working to skirt around policies or pressure people to do things in ways that may meet the letter of the policy, but kind of does not really show that they have their clients or their employees' health in their best interest. And I just want to emphasize for this group that the more that we can work collaboratively with our business sector and say, hey, we want to get there. We want to get there, and we want to feel safe doing that and be able to tell our community that we're comfortable taking that step. That's really a partnership with our constituents and our businesses, and we want their support in telling us how they can run their business safely in this new environment, so we can take this next step, ideally in a way that doesn't discriminate between business types. That causes a lot of frustration, and the more we can just get in the business of saying, here's what's needed to prevent disease spread. If you can do those things, go forward, be creative, be successful, and we support that.
Questions from council? Elise?
So my question is about testing specifically, and one of the concerns that I've seen voiced on some of our community forums is whether there's been enough testing available on this side of the range for Eagle County, that we're accurately representing, new cases and so on and so forth. And I won't even distinguish necessarily between Eagle Valley and Roaring Fork Valley, but just in general, there were some concerns about testing availability early on. Do you feel confident that we are doing enough testing, that the numbers are representing what's actually out there?
I do. Yeah, I do. I wouldn't have had the same answer a few weeks ago. To be honest, our county got a lot of fire at the beginning. I think it was even mentioned that people have this idea that the mountains are dangerous because we had some of the first cases, and we saw our cases go up a lot faster than a lot of the state because we were really, really aggressively testing. And now our country kind of is coming to this recognition that you can't really safely get out of this unless you have that testing capacity. Tests are done by medical providers, right? Not by public health. And we had a lot of really, really strong support for testing in some parts of the Eagle River Valley at the beginning of this incident. And those didn't really come on board on the Roaring Fork side until a little later in the incident. And that was a really, really strong push from Eagle County's Public Health Department to work with providers on the Roaring Fork Valley to be able to say, honestly, we would not have taken that first green step on April 27th if we felt like we were confident in our ability to catch this disease quickly in one side of our county, but not the other. And so that ability to equitably test not just geographic locations, but also some of our populations that don't necessarily have the best access to medical care was absolutely part of our calculation in being able to take this current step that we're in. And I think that, some of our neighboring counties, we still really are supporting a regional solution at this point, because I think your ability for you to tell your residents they can feel safe in their community isn't just tied to, can residents of the Basalt El area get tested? It also means can their neighbors, where there's a lot of intercommerce transport, are they getting tested? Are they catching those as quick as we are and putting quarantine isolation orders in place? So I'm comfortable saying right now we're very comfortable in our ability to test the populations that need it the most, including the Roaring Fork Valley. Again, we're still definitely not in a place where this is stable, though. So I think we're good. I think we've gotten all of the backdoor channels to be able to purchase testing supplies when they get low for now. And I really hope that that's the way we look like in the future, but we're keeping a really close eye on it.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council for Birch? Well, thanks for the presentation. This is, data is calming, and you know, you guys are staying on top of the numbers, and we really appreciate you making your presentation tonight. So it's going to certainly help guide our thinking. And I guess we all look forward to see what this governor and the state comes up with on the 25th. I assume you're following that lead relative to bars and restaurants and additional personal services and things.
Right now, that is a good point of clarification. We are intending to develop policy that's right for our community in advance and independent from the state. We do have, Eagle County has been approved for variance to the state's public health orders, and it's a little more complicated than that because the state keeps putting out new ones. But we are hoping to act independently of the state in order to take those steps when we feel our community is ready to do that in a way that's safe to do that. You know, the state's had a really, really close eye on this, but they're making statewide policy, and I think we would very much like to be able to make policy that's specific to our community here in Eagle County.
Is there any timeline established for that, Birch?
Yeah, so our timeline right now is that May 25th is the date we're looking at. Like I said, there are things that could happen over this next week as far as massive spikes in disease from this first phase that could cause us to have to delay that. But right now things are looking really positive, and I want to say that we're looking to get information out on what that next phase looks like by the end of this week, and then really be comfortable moving into this next phase as early as May 25th if the data indicates that we're safe to do that.
Very good. Yeah, that's great to know. Any comments, questions, guys, before we move on? Birch, we thank you. Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick question on PPE. Are we seeing any shortages of PPE for our EMS, fire departments, police departments?
So, yes and no. We've had the Emergency Operations Center up and running from day one, and one of the top priorities has been getting that PPE to our medical providers and first responders. So we have been able to meet the need that's out there for quite some time. That being said, supply chains still aren't consistent. So we're offering that support to our medical providers and first responders until those supply chains normalize. Right now we have stockpiles and more than enough to, we believe, handle if a spike and supplies get short again. But it's very much because we have people, you know, running down leads in China and Mexico and everywhere else across the world to make this work. So we're definitely not at a point as a state or as a country where we can just say, okay, use your traditional purchasing methods and get what you need.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you, Birch. We really appreciate it. We'd love to invite you back and do this as periodically check in and see how we're doing. I think we're all going to be keenly interested in seeing what the results are from the safer at home phase of this. So I guess we'll all stay tuned. But we appreciate your efforts and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill?
Yes, sir.
Before Bruce jumps off, I did want to make sure, I'm getting some feedback, that I plugged that this Thursday, the community forum for businesses and communities to basically hear where the county is and to offer some limited input, I believe. So I don't know, Birch, if you had anything to just mention about that.
Yeah, Birch,
yeah,
yeah.
I did. I think that's this Thursday afternoon. Ryan can send out the invite information that's largely to engage with some of our business economic sector partners and help reflect their needs. But I do think, just flagging for this group, right now we're aiming to be able to share some of those very specific details on that next phase by that Thursday meeting. So if you're interested in hearing those first, that's a good place to potentially listen in.
Great. Okay, this takes us to our next item, which is the council discussion with Ron Roush and Bill Infante and Ryan Mahoney about some ideas for engaging with Roaring Fork Outdoor volunteers on some trail work. We've got an in-house expert, Gary Tenenbaum, who just Ryan, why don't you tee this up and thank Ron Rouse. He's been patiently waiting by. I see his face poke up every 15 minutes or so, but he's still around. So why don't you outline it, Ryan?
Sure. I'll probably defer to Bill on that some, but this idea was brought up at a council meeting a couple weeks back, and the notion was to essentially model a New Deal era, or one of these work programs like the CCC here locally as a way to get some of our unemployed workers to be able to have some employment temporarily, perhaps. And so knowing that there were challenges that our organization would really not be able to take on as far as hiring a bunch of extra people, there was a conversation of, well, if there's a nonprofit or somebody that we could contract with, that's probably a better idea. So I think I'm happy to put my 2 cents in. I'll let Bill kind of walk through his idea with it. I know he had a conversation with Ron about it, and I can follow up a little later.
Sure. So I guess the impetus for this goes back probably to mid-March or something, at the onset of the corona crisis and the economic dislocations. And so at the same time now, I think that the bill has proposed a really kind of novel and innovative way to goose the local economy through stimulus like the Basalt Bucks. I've also been very concerned about addressing and limiting the hardship that is hitting some of our families. And so looking at kind of the public policy interventions taken at a federal level, again, replacing lost income has been very important. And in my conversations, at least with restaurants, there are at least a significant number of folks who have been either terminated or furloughed, who are ineligible for unemployment insurance or coverage, but who are legal residents and are green card holders living and working in the Valley. And so it's really this cohort of folks that we were talking about. And when we had originally pitched doing something through the town, Ryan explained that it would be difficult to bring them on either as full-time or as subcontractors through one of the landscapers, but suggested that I reach out to Roaring Fork Outdoor volunteers, and that began the conversation that has led now to our discussions with Ron. And so the thoughts are to address this very specific and finite cohort of folks who are unemployed, whose families are My Zoom is doing something really funky, so I'm not sure. I hope you guys can still...
Yeah, you cut out there for a second. You might want to backtrack a sentence or so. Repeat.
Yeah, my Zoom, I was saying, is doing something really funky. The audio keeps cutting in and out. Yeah. But so we want to target a very specific group of individuals. This is not a universal program, but it is intended to target a group that is in particular distress, who may have difficulty putting food on the table and paying their rent. The sources of funds that might be possible could include either town, county, state, or federal. And I've spoken to our county officials, and it's not implausible, but again, it will take some massaging. I've reached out to Dylan Roberts, who says, forget the state, we're in kind of budget cutting mode and there's red ink all over our state budget. But at a federal level, this might be something that we could bring up. And then, of course, there's the private sector through either one or another of the institutions that have come up, notably Basalt Area Gives or the Aspen Community Foundation. And so, in short, in speaking with Ron and his great group, we thought that there might be possibilities to, as Ryan described, initiate a CCC-like intervention that would employ people for a short period of time, replace some of the lost income, and help them survive. And so I guess with that, let me turn over to Ron to just discuss a little bit of what RFOV does and the great work and how this might work, how we might be able to move this forward. Ron, over to you.
Bill, thank you. Let me know if there's any feedback or anything, and then we'll try to make different arrangements. Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, as a lot of you know, has been in existence for 25 years. Our mission, our main founder and past executive director was David Hamilton. And the mission that we had from the beginning was that Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteer promotes stewardship of our public lands by engaging the community in volunteer trail and restoration projects. I think the key there is volunteer trail and restoration projects. Talking with Bill and then I talked with Brian, I actually talked with Gary last week. I do find the concept intriguing that is being presented. There obviously some hurdles that we would have to over. And I will try to address some of those right now. And if anybody has questions, we can give me the questions at the end. Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, to give you an example, we look at our organization as a tool to be used by public land management agencies. We are not an advocacy group. We wait until the process is over, public comment. If there's a new trail, there's a restoration project in the mountains, on public lands. And once that process is over, then we step in. We don't want to alienate any of our volunteers or anybody in the community. With that being said, I personally, as I said, I find this the concept very intriguing, but our organization would not want to move forward unless we had council approval and that there were secured funds for the project. And then with that being said, after earlier I read our mission statement, the first sentence in it, I would have to go to our board of directors and present the concept to them to have our board of directors approve this. I'm not trying to put too many blocks in the way. This is just the reality of the situation. This year, project season, we canceled everything in April. Along with what Birch was saying earlier, we don't know how this season is going to go. We know that we're not going to have a project like we did last year in Basalt on June 15th with the Lake Christine Restoration Project, where we had 300 volunteers. That's not going to happen this year. We're looking at
What?
Technical. It's like buffering.
Ron,
Yeah.
we can't hear you. And so Amy's suggesting that if people can't hear, we should kind of raise our hands. But can you hear us at all?
I can't hear him.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Ron just got frozen though. He's like.
Yeah,
His
cut off
video
from me as
feed
well.
is buffering or stalled. There he goes. He's back.
Bill, let me know how much you missed.
I heard
we got through your board, the need to pass this through the board for their approval, subject.
Thank you. Bill, I've lost you, but I'm not sure if everybody can hear me now.
Yeah, I think you're back, Ron.
And if
Well,
we
thank you.
raise our
Yeah,
hand,
I
Bill,
will
it means we
continue.
can't hear you. I mean, Ron. If we go like this, it means we can't hear you.
Sounds good. But I'm guessing everybody can hear me now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Moving on, the funding too for this, if federal funding was available, that would be wonderful. To give you a rough example, if we had 5 employees that we brought on to work on trails, the 5 employees, if they started, say, June 1st and worked with us through our project season, which ends on October 31st, with administrative costs, we're looking at approximately $75,000. It's $62,500 just for the employees. Again, that's at a very low salary or wage. And also then there would be some administrative cost. If we bring in 7, we're looking at over 100,000. So it's a good concept, but there would have to be secured funds in place. So that would be a challenge. The other challenge that we're looking at, 2 of the agencies that we work with is the Forest Service and BLM. Both of those are federal agencies, and both of them are under federal guidelines. Right now, the Forest Service is not having any projects until after June 1st as a possibility, and they may extend that. Where I'm going with this, we may be limited on the number of projects that we could come up with for hiring a number of employees. I'd like to be optimistic that we could find some, but at this point with our federal agencies, it may be a challenge. I don't mean to put in too many challenges. I'm interested in the concept. I would love to be able to take it to our board, but again, I would want the council approval, and I would also want secured funds before moving forward. And I'll open this up to any questions.
No, I think I understand it. Glenn?
Gary.
It's Gary, sorry. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Ron, for that. And you know, I talked to Ron about this. You know, I'm thinking about this from, we're a public land manager that does a ton of projects with RFOV, and we're cutting back pretty significantly this year on projects. I look at this, I think it's a great concept. I am struggling on how we could secure the funding necessary to make this happen, and then find the projects to actually make this happen, to do it in a way that, you know, kind of, you're going to call it the CCC, you need to do it in a way that really employs a decent amount of people. I think you could easily employ 5 to 10 and have them work around the areas to do it, but to really do a lot would take a lot more projects and work, and I just don't see the federal nor the local, you know, really having them and being comfortable allowing a ton of projects to happen because of this. We just don't know when these public health orders are going to be lifted, and then just finding projects is not the easiest thing to do. Approvals take time and everything else. So, you know, I'd like more information on how we can make this work before I give my support to it. Though, you know, we work with RFOV all the time. I just don't know how this piece of the puzzle would really be able to work to really put people into jobs that could then really, you know, I don't want them out just lopping for the sake of lopping, just to give them money. It has to be something that's meaningful to the land managers and to the community. I don't know if Ron wanted to respond to that.
No, Gary, thank you for your comments, because I agree, there's a lot of challenges. If we did proceed, I would have to go to a lot of land management agencies and meet with them and see what we could do. I completely agree with you. I don't want this to be something that is not substantial and has meaning and done with intent. So we would have to have the projects in place too.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, you know, again, there are a lot of obstacles, but if our object is, of course, to help those who are most in need and to transfer a source of revenue to people who don't have one, the advantages that I see are that this is highly targeted. We're not talking about a universe of people. It's
Bill, you're muted again. I don't know what happened here.
Yeah, it keeps going on and off, and it's very disruptive. I'm sorry about that. But so it's targeted, finite group. It's time-bound. This won't be forever. It is, by the way, regional, which seems to be one of the inspirations for these task forces, is to conceive regional initiatives. And although there's nothing firm yet, I am aware that Ron and his team are speaking with other communities up and down the Roaring Fork Valley and down the I-70 corridor. And I guess it also involves a Basalt-based institution, namely RFOV, which is based in Basalt. Again, in terms of source of funds, again, we've talked about the uses of post funds, and in our own case, we have very significant post resources that have accrued, and if we can reinterpret somewhat more flexibly what it is to construct a trail and the capital investment that that represents as a new initiative, then I think we do open great possibilities to potentially liberate some of our own local resources that are otherwise highly restricted. It is true, state and federal will take a little bit more doing, but private sector is not beyond the realm of possibility as well, since ACF is also interested to sustain families in need. And they've been doing it through Food Bank, but this is a very, very close cousin. So, you know, there are a couple challenges, no doubt about it, and it would require a variety of approvals, not least from RFOV board. But if, Bill, we get yours and council's approval to continue to explore this, I would love to continue to work on it with Ron and our team.
Great. Well, maybe that's a good point of departure here in light of the, go ahead, Gary.
Well, thinking about using post funds, it would have to benefit a basalt trail, or I would be very, very hesitant to just release post funds and they're building trails in Glenwood or somewhere else. I mean, it would have to be
understood.
Yeah, that to me is, you know, reinterpreting post funds for a project like this. This would have to. I mean, I want to see a project that was, you know, if all of a sudden Ron could get approval to what he's been trying to do on Light Hill, and really truly, you know, work with the BLM to be able to reroute that nasty steep climb, you know, to me, that would be something that we could use this on. So, you know, I would definitely, I'm in favor of the thought of this, but I'm really just concerned about how this gets implemented, and if it can get implemented, dealing with state, local, federal land managers.
Good points. All well taken.
Bill
Any other
Glenn
further
has his
comment?
hand up.
Being a member of the post committee, I think the biggest thing we have to worry about is legality. And that's kind of where it breaks.
Is that you, Glenn? I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think legality is a big issue on this. Like, our post funds are not, whether we can consider that a maintenance project or whether it's a capital improvement project, the money's not there.
Okay.
I wonder, Bill, if I might, jump in just to
Sure.
say a couple things as council kind of chews on this a little bit.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So, just some things to think about. You know, I think the notion, is a positive one for the community, no doubt. And could be positive in the sense that we get more trails or improved trails out of it. A couple of things that I think we need to think about is, you know, focusing staff time, right now is one consideration. So, you know, we've just talked about the Basalt bucks and the parking and, some of those, also equally worthy projects. But, you know, I think that I just want to be sure that we set out expectations at the beginning of this. It will be extremely time consuming for me and for other staff. I probably spent 15 hours of my time leading up to this conversation alone, just on phone calls and just kind of like looking at budgets and kind of seeing where we are with projects. And, you know, I think that brings me to my next point, which of course is the money, and how do we figure this out? You know, I've had to tell my staff that they can't hire their seasonal maintenance folks because we were doing these somewhat extreme cutbacks in the budget, and so they're trying to do the same amount of work with less, and I do worry a bit from a morale standpoint on, you know, we're gonna take a chunk of money that's essentially we've called that we can use for maintenance, and that doesn't go to help, you know, our staff and their projects. That's going to go to this outside entity, and so I would just ask that we think about that a little bit. You know, one of the pots of money that we use for our maintenance, lawn and gardens, annually is the post fund. And right now, you know, voter approval limits that to 20%, and we've used that up at this point in time. Now, council could make some interpretation within that fund that you know, the project that they're intending to work on, if it's you know, a much more involved one on Light Hill, is actually a capital project. But we just don't know those details, and you know, again, the devil is in the details, as if BLM is going to let us reroute and, you know, kind of depart from what Ron's plan is, and I believe the plan for that particular trail is probably fall, not June 1. I would also just like to know, before we spend a bunch of time on it, to get a temperature check from Ron's board. You know, I'd hate to go down and get a lot of work into this to find out that, you know, they're just not interested or not comfortable with it. So that's just something else to think about. The other is, you know, as far as some of our general fund money or post money, you know, I mentioned kind of not hiring some of our seasonal staff, which we could be employing people that way as well. But with some of our projects that we've put on hold for now, and you know, those projects weren't made up as you know, things we'd like to do. They are things that we need to do. They're obligations of infrastructure that you know, we've deferred at times over the year and over the years, and you know, we've done a good job in the last number of years of really kind of keeping up with that stuff, but not all of it. And so, to the extent that you defer maintenance now on, you know, some of these things we've identified, we'll pay for it later. And so just something to think there as well. I would ask also about the people that you might hire. They're a targeted audience, and I think that's great. We know that they are without work, they don't have access to resources right now. But what happens is over the course of this if their job becomes available again? and you've gone through the process of hiring them, training them, working them, and they know it's a temporary situation, are they going to be interested in jumping back to their other job, and that kind of catches you unaware as the employer? And maybe that's a minor detail, but just something I thought of. And so, you know, I think there's a couple more points I could make, but you know, I think my instinct on this is there's a lot of really good ideas coming out of the industry talks. You know, Bill Infante, I think this is an idea that has merit. Bill Kane, I think that the notion of working on the basalt bucks is a good one. You know, the level of entry between some of these just differs. You know, we're talking about $75,000 or $100,000. You know, I would say as it relates, and then I'll be quiet, but as it relates to that post funding, yes, we do have a fund balance in there, but we've also obligated ourselves to do a rather large purchase of a piece of land. We've got money contemplated for improvements. We've got money contemplated for improvements in Albany. All of those things have been rolling forward, and just would ask, you know, before this council says go forth and, you know, make these changes to a capital improvements plan that, you know, had a lot of thought go into it, that we go back to, say, Post and ask them, you know, where they are on it, and maybe simultaneously Ron can do that with his board. And, you know, if so directed, staff could come back, but, you know, for many of the reasons I outlined, I'd just like to approach this one cautiously, and, you know, happy to hear feedback from council on it.
Well, Glenn, you have a up there?
Me now?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, like, rain on the parade per se. I think it's a good idea. But on the same token, post budget has been well thought out. I know because I was on the committee. All their funds are pretty much gone. Bottom line.
Bill, do you mind if I have a comment?
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is Ron Rash. I will talk to my board about the concept, and then I will come back and let you know what the board says, the board of directors with RFOV. I did want to mention, because it has been mentioned a couple of times, the Light Hill project. We have, over a year ago, we have received the approval of the BLM for that project. The public project is scheduled. We had to cancel it in late April, and we have rescheduled it for a public project on October 2nd. Today we flagged the reroute, and we will start working soon to actually start the reroute trail project, as Gary mentioned, to avoid the steep rutted section. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. Project is going ahead sooner than later.
Hey, Ron, will this be a year-round trail, or will this have seasonal closures?
There is, on Light Hill right now, there is not a seasonal closure, but it's probably not a trail you want to do in the winter. It's not a ski trail.
No, but it's like Albany Kittle, which gets hiked all year. I'm just wondering if it would have that kind of quality.
I don't think it'll have the same appeal.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we're running out of time, guys. We got a lot of stuff yet to do tonight, so I'm going to have to move us on. But I think the conclusion here is that we need for Ron to talk to his board. You know, this will, you know, I think Ryan Mahoney will have this on his agenda, but I think he waits to hear from Ron and his board, and kind of figure our way forward on this thing, and then report back, and maybe in a couple of meetings we'll see where we are. If anybody hears anything different than that, let me know. Elise?
Can I just make one quick comment? I think,
Sure.
First of all, I love the spirit of the idea, so thank you, Bill, for that. And then second of all, there was mention of ACF using some funds, and I know we made a donation, I think, that made its way to them as well. So maybe there's an opportunity there to put it back onto ACF to come up with some ideas. And hopefully those workers will get to go back to their jobs. So I think what we're looking for is maybe a shorter term solution for a broader number of people. That's it.
Fair enough. That's kind of an offline discussion I think we should have. At some point, we ought to talk to Tamara Tormelin about how these funds are being deployed from the ACF COVID relief fund. But it's really gone to food and, folks in really desperate need and, rent and avoiding eviction. There are some really more fundamental focus to those funds. But that's a conversation for another day, but it's an excellent point, Elise. So with that, I would suggest that unless there are further questions or comments, that we thank Ron and Bill Infante and move on to our next discussion.
Thanks, Ron.
Onward. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate you coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda topic.
Sarah.
We're going pretty straight. Do you guys want to take a break, or are you all good to just keep cranking here? Fine, we're going to keep going. So the next item is an update from the Basalt Public Arts Commission and approval of the arts grants for this year. So I'm not sure who wants to lead off on this.
Watkins is going to lead off, and he's actually noted as Sarah, so.
Okay, great. Have at it. Good evening and welcome.
All right, thank you. It's good to meet you all, Town Council, Mr. Mayor, virtually at least. And so my role tonight is just to provide a little bit of background on the grant program and about BPAC, the Basalt Public Arts Commission.
Yeah.
So the grant program began last year. The purpose is to try to partner and to find and partner with already effective arts organizations that are in our community. And so we've had some success with that. The way the process works is that BPAC has already reviewed the applications for those who submitted for grants, and they even interviewed the organizations as well. And so you have your recommendations in your packet and the applications that are from the applicants. So Town Council's role tonight is to ratify those decisions. And if you have questions for the grant applicants, they are available by phone. What we'll do is I'll put them on speakerphone and have you ask the questions if you have any. And then we also have members of BPAC that are here with us right now that you'll hear from in a little bit. So the 4 grants that BPAC is recommending be approved for this cycle are Art Base, Artist Year, the Hudson Reed Ensemble, and TACA. And I won't say anything more about that because you have your packet, and then we can also have your questions answered if you have them. And we have Jeff Orsolak. I'll mention that he's the BPAC chair. Jeff, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I just want to say we were excited about all 4 applications. They all were great, and we think it'd be great to get this money out as quickly as possible. I think it's good for the community and a good way to kind of infuse some cash out there.
Great. Yeah, thanks for your work on this, guys. Are there questions from council? Does everybody understand what is being proposed here in terms of these grants? Do you guys want to recap the dollar figures for each of the organizations? Do you think that would be useful for us to hear?
Happy to do it if you want.
Yeah, why don't you tell us how this money is being deployed?
Sure. The application, the funds amounts were Art Base requested $20,000 for general operations. Artist Year requested $20,000 to fund 2 teaching fellows in Basalt schools. The Hudson Reed Ensemble requested $3,000 for productions of Shakespeare in the Park. And TACA requested $19,210 for Pumpkin Jazz, an event that would be the 2nd year.
And so maybe, Watkins, you can just kind of clarify that The artist year is gonna be broken up into 2 funding years, so 10,000 is gonna be funded for the 2020 year, and then the additional 10,000 will be included in the 2021 budget. So the total, budget for this year would be $52,210. Basically, BPAC has a funding, their budget was $100,000, and it uses all restricted funds that actually come from the Sopus Meadows Arts RETA. So I think the point really to kind of make is that BPAC was anxious to get money into the arts community. That's kind of the theme that you see on both of the proposals that are in front of you tonight. Jeff, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that sums it up. Like Susan said, it's restricted funds, so we're not kind of dipping into the kitty, so to speak. It's set aside for arts and arts only. So we felt comfortable that this is a good way to spend this money, and all 4 organizations have kind of backup plans if some of their things can't go forward for whatever reason. So I think there's some good thought to all 4 applications as to how do we do things in this new normal.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. David Knight had a comment or a question, or?
I'm excited about all of this. Jeff, you just mentioned the backup plan. I saw the Macbeth, show and everything, the Shakespeare in the Park. How is that going to work in the climate of not being able to have live performance?
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. One is they're pushing it back as far as they can in the summer, and then I think the conversation is if we can't do it, we hold, and they're okay to that. They weren't asking for the money before they could go. It was the money while they were going.
Okay. Just curious about that. I hope it works out.
I do too.
Yeah. Anyone else comments or questions for our Basalt Public Arts Board? I'd be pleased to accept a motion for approval of recommendations for the Public Arts Commission. I think there may be a suggested motion in your packet, so.
And this would just be the first motion first. There's 2 motions kind of laid out in your agenda.
Mayor, I move that the Town Council approve BPAC's, the recipients of the arts grants for BPAC's recommendations.
Great. Is there a second?
Second. This is Bill.
Okay, great. So Pam, is this a roll call or a voice vote? Roll call? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion before we call for the vote? Please call the roll.
Okay. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Let's start with David Knight,
Yes.
Gary Tenenbaum,
Yes.
Glenn Drummond,
Yes.
Bill Infante,
Muted.
You're muted.
Bill, you there? There he is. I can see him.
Yep, yes.
thank you, Bill. Elise Hoddle,
Elise.
Yes.
Ian Slack,
Yes.
and Bill Kane.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
I noticed, just as a note, we have a couple of, I think Abby Gerke, Sky Skinner, and Summers Moore are on the call. We didn't ask for them. If they want to make a comment, I guess maybe you don't make a comment after we just voted to grant the money to the art base, but if you guys wanted to make a comment, the mic's open.
I'd love to, Bill.
Oh, there's Sky Skinner. Do you want to say anything? Yeah, go ahead, Sky.
I just want to say thank you.
Oh, great. Well,
It's so nice to have this kind of positive news in the face of everything we're all surviving together. And I thank all of you for the hard work you're doing on behalf of the community. And I can't tell you how important this funding is for the art base and how grateful we are for the relationship that we have with the town of Basalt. So thank you all so much.
That's well said. Thank you very much. Any other comments from your guys?
Absolutely the same. Thank you so much. Truly. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Is that Abby there? Yeah.
Thank you. Ditto.
Yeah. Abby does miracles with education and our kids, so these guys are real assets. So thanks, guys.
Natalie wants to say something.
Okay, we have another motion. We have a second motion that's required. So it's in the packet. Anyone prepared to?
Watkins has got something to say, Bill.
What's that?
I think Watkins has got something to say.
Okay, great. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, I think I'll probably turn this over to Jeff Orslack, who I believe is still with us. But this is a second topic, a new program for BPAC. New because we're responding to COVID-19, which is new for us. And so it's the idea to create an art relief fund. Jeff Orslack.
Yep. Thanks, Watkins, and thanks again, guys, for the time. I know you're busy and there's a lot of important things going on. As a group, we started to kind of realize that this granting cycle, you know, we got money out there to the arts organizations, which are the three main ones, plus Hudson Reed, which we think is really important. But then we started to really think about, well, what's going on with the individual artists out there, and how can we help? And so that's where the genesis of this idea came together, which is to kind of create an artist relief fund. And so we thought we'd take a chunk of the money that we had set aside in our budget and do that in kind of up to $500 grants. We've looked at a couple of different programs across the country, and I think the best thing that you can do is get the money out and with as few strings as possible is kind of how we approached it. You know, there are musicians that aren't playing, there are artists that aren't being able to show their work, and you know, $500 can mean a lot to those folks. So we thought, well, we've got a little bit of money, let's help as best we can. So that's the genesis of this program, and we thought we might kind of just roll it out as a coupled with a kind of what we call like a give and a get, because on the other side, you know, there are artists that just want to produce stuff right now and have nowhere to do it, and maybe they don't need money, but they'd love to kind of, you know, show their work digitally and things like that. So we want to kind of give that opportunity as well, and so we're still kind of bringing this all together, and but we think it's a great idea. We thought we'd set aside $20,000 for that, and that's 40 people that we can help, and so that's the core of it. I think the if anybody else on the board wants to chat and weigh in, but I think that gives you the gist of what we're thinking about, and you know, the focus is on folks that are in the 81621 area. We want to kind of keep it local because we don't have a lot to give, but let's give what we have.
That's great. Great idea. I'm glad we're doing it. Any comments on the second portion of this, for funding for the Relief Fund program recommendations? So be pleased to entertain a motion. It's spelled out in our packet, so if someone be willing to venture that, I'd appreciate it.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve BPAC's request to reallocate funding within the budget for BPAC activities and improve the Basalt Artist Relief Fund program as summarized in the materials provided for this agenda item.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by David Knight. Discussion on the motion. Any comments from the art groups? Hearing none, I'd call for the roll call, please.
Certainly. Ryan Slack?
Yes.
Thank you. Bill Infante?
Yes.
Thank you. Bill Kane?
Yes.
Gary Tenenbaum?
Yes.
Len Drummond?
Yes.
Elise Hoddle?
Yes.
David Knight?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Well, thank you guys. Watkins, and Jeff, thanks for your presentation. Thanks for all you guys do for our town, and we look forward to it.
Thank you, and we appreciate all your hard work.
Good
Thank
deal.
you very much.
Hang in there, guys.
Thank you. We move on. The next, we're going to hear an update from Bach. This is Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, Bach. I remember we came up with that clever name 10 years ago. So I think Sarah Nadolny and James Lint are actually making this presentation on behalf of, Bach. Is that correct, James? I see you there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start it off. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. This is an update and informational item from the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, which is BAC and town staff. It's on the rental assistance that is occurring in Basalt area in relation to the impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. It doesn't look like we have any BAC members on the call. I saw them popping on and off here. But just as some background, after COVID-19, the shutdown started to take effect. BAC asked staff to research what rental assistance demand was appearing in the Basalt Affordable Housing Unit projects and what sources of rental assistance were out there to kind of help fill that demand. And so staff reached out to property managers of some of the Basalt Affordable Housing projects, including the Roaring Fork Apartments, the Roaring Fork Club Affordable Housing Units, as well as the Willett 7 housing units. And we got some information from them in terms of the sense of the issues that we were seeing with regards to tenants not being able to pay rent. We also checked in with Pickens County and Eagle County in terms of what kind of assistance they were providing in terms of rental assistance. And so I'm going to turn it over to Staff Planner Sarah Nadolny to kind of present the findings. We thought this was good information for council to have.
Sarah, welcome.
Thank you very much. I just saw our BAC member, Doug McDonald, get on the call as well. So we do have one BAC member in attendance at this time. To give you an update again, as James had mentioned, that we had checked in with Eagle County and Pickens County to find out what kind of rental assistance they were providing. At this time, currently Eagle County has provided a resource sheet that I have included in the packet, something like this, both in English and as well as Spanish. And this lists the support to Roaring Fork Valley residents, and it focuses currently on directing inquiries to local agencies. So they're really, for help with rental and financial needs, they're really focusing on the resources provided by Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, the Family Resource Center that's affiliated with the Roaring Fork School District, as well as Valley Settlement. They also include the state and federal programs through colorado.gov/peak as a resource where you might be able to find assistance for medical, child care, energy, and such. That's also listed within that same financial assistance sector. Pickens County has a little bit of a different approach. They have funding that's been pulled from a variety of sources, and this includes funding from Aspen, Pickens County, Snowmass Village, as well as APSHA. So they have approximately $1.8 million that's been provided specifically for rental assistance within Pickens County. And there's been 1,600 requests at the time that we received this information. So we found that $160,000 actually went directly to Pickens County area Basalt residents. So locally, as James had mentioned, there has been some property management groups that have been working with rental assistance, just find out how they can best help our Basalt tenants. Romero Group reported that for the Willett 7 project, they are currently freezing renewal rental rates for the months of April and May. They're not charging late fees for rents. They're currently considering lease extensions and for month to month and shorter leases as well. And they're allowing for early termination of leases with incidences of proven hardship without an early termination fee. And the Roaring Fork Apartments has also reported that they're working with their current tenants and they're also not enforcing late payment fees at this time. So that is what I have. I can send it over to Doug if you'd like to add anything, or James if I've missed anything.
Sarah, the question,
Sure.
I just got a couple of small things to add.
Do we know whether the...
Based on some updates from the Department of Local Affairs. That latest update confirms that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is sending $13 million of funding to the state of Colorado for housing, homeless, community development, et cetera. Right now, the state doesn't know exactly when it's going to get these funds, and they're not currently available. But they're planning what they're going to do with it, so we may get some benefit from that when they decide how to distribute things. The other update was simply a new executive order from the governor, which extends until May the 30th, some of the previous orders regarding evictions and foreclosures. They're prohibited for residential and commercial evictions for 30 days for Coloradans that have experienced economic hardship due to the COVID virus. Now, I don't know what requirement there is to prove that, but at any rate, I think that's what landlords are responding to now. So that's pretty much all that they have to say right at the moment. There's some potential more funding in the pipeline. We don't know how that's going to come to us, probably through the counties. So we'll keep you updated when I get updates from the state.
Great, Doug. Thank you. That's helpful to know. In your inquiries, did you guys did you understand whether the Aspen Community Foundation COVID Relief Fund is providing rental shortfall assistance? I mean, it seems like the Pickens County piece of this is pretty well covered, but we've got a lot of exposure on the Eagle County side. I'm certainly not knocking Eagle County. They're doing what they can, but I think, you know, is that a possible funding source to help out if we kind of inquired about that?
You know,
you want to take that?
Yeah, you know, in Pickens County was more relying on kind of the government funds that they had put together, but they were also cobbling together some federal funds that were specific for families that had children under 18. In terms of Eagle County had a series of private organizations out there that they were funneling people to for rental assistance. They included Valley Settlement Project, as was reported in the paper the other day. I am not sure how Aspen Community Foundation, you know, kind of fits into that scenario. My guess is they're part of the funding partners that they're looking at.
Okay. So I understood early on that was actually going to be one of the eligible, you know, uses of funds. So I would encourage you to inquire about that.
Sure, we can do that.
Comments from council, questions about Bach?
Bill?
Yeah.
If I may, just wanted to say for council and on the record, it's my understanding that there were some funds in Eagle County that were for these purposes, and there's on their website, there's a similar form to what you can fill out on the Pickens County website to ask for assistance. And we know of at least one person here that, you know, we've heard about because they live in one of our units that received that assistance. So I think it is happening on
That's great.
Humboldt County, which is good.
Thank you for that. That's good to know.
It,
It's helpful.
not,
It's an interesting. I haven't heard that one before.
but I think in conclusion, generally, Bach and staff felt that there were some good measures being taken by both the public and the private sector as it relates to the helping out the tenants, and felt more comfortable after we received the information and did the research. So we thought we'd pass it along.
Well, appreciate what you guys are doing. This is, where the rubber meets the road for sure, so, appreciate looking into it. Any further questions from council on Bach and rental assistance report? Thanks, Doug and Sarah and James. Good info.
Thank you.
Righty.
The next item that we will take up is the 2020 financial projections. I think Christy Hamrick is probably going to do this unless Ryan Mahoney really wants to do it himself, which I don't think he does. So.
Yeah, I bet you he'll take over because I can tell you that financial reporting over Zoom is so awesome. I bet everybody here is just so excited to hear this over Zoom. So.
Especially this time of night, we got another whole sheet of.
Sorry, a little lighted humor there for everybody. Thank you for this presentation and keep you going for the next 10 minutes or so. I'm going to try to keep it brief and provide some really good information for you as well and some updates as we promised. So I'm going to share my screen now with you guys. One second. Here it goes. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now I got to get to the right place. Okay, here we go. All right. So the report is going to look fairly similar from month to month, but the timing of this report is really based upon when we receive the sales tax reports from the state. So I also provide at the end of the council packet the sales tax summary for the month of April and year-to-date April that I'm not going to go through here. We'll just touch on some highlights of that. But what this does is just kind of outline some of the basic summary information on what has transpired since the last report and where the differences are and how we've adjusted our model so that we can continue to be thoughtful about how we move forward with our budgeting and in the delay of expenses that we've already told you about. So in summary, for the month of April 30th, that was received in May, and it was for March's sales. So the April 30th sales tax is 1 month in arrear from when the sales are actually take place. So March was a very odd month, I would have to say, in my own opinion, because of a couple of things. Number one, there was multiple phases of stay-at-home orders and health orders that were just starting to come out. There was a little over a week that we actually didn't have any orders at all. And then towards the middle of the month, the middle 2 weeks of the month, there were some changes to that. And then the actual stay-at-home order came into effect March 25th. So we're not going to see the full impact of the stay-at-home orders in some of these businesses such as restaurants and lodging until our next month report, which is why we want to be thoughtful about that and making sure that we don't make too many changes until we see more about how this thing's going to play out. But I guess the good news in the short term is that the April results came in 70,000 higher than anticipated by our model. So we did adjust our model slightly for those. We were thoughtful by each one of our industries. I'll go through that in a minute. So the last report, I'm going to just highlight just one where I'm talking about so everybody can kind of see, is that our last report, we were showing about $1.65 million down, and now we're at $1.33 million down. So that's a little better, but we're still down in our revenue. I mean, that's still a big number. So we just have to be thoughtful about that part. We are still anticipating $1,155,718 in expenditures. We're delaying for right now and postponing until we get more information. And then we can continue to have the conversation around that about how to make those services and the things that we're looking at delaying whole as we get more information. So the positives on this are the sales tax part. I just keep highlighting this stuff for you guys. We revised that upwards from the 70,000 that we received in April, plus the additional months and changing our estimates and the total of that was an increase of $250,000. And then the other portion of the benefit that we're seeing in our revenues was an increase of $120,000 because of a large building permit received that would have been from Aspen Ski Company. So they look like they're moving forward. So we got that building permit, which made a big impact on our revenues for April. Recreation fees and pool fees, we revised those downwards because we're waiting another season on our summer for our recreation stuff. In our pool, if that does open, then we're not going to be able to effectively charge for a annual pass because we really just don't know what that is going to be, and then, or what the timing of that'll look like. And then also, it's probably going to be limited as far as the number of people that can actually be at the pool, at any given time. But if we were to do that, that's what that would look like. And there would be a lowering of expenditures also if we open the pool, but that's just what we're planning at this point in time. And it's not etched in stone. This is just something that is being discussed that we put into this report. Also, I have included all the restricted funding balances as of 2019. We're now in the process of our actual audit field work. It's my first virtual audit of my career, and so so far it's going really well, and we don't anticipate any changes from the restricted funding. But of course, the auditors can come at any time and say, "Oh, well, we found this or we see this," but we believe those numbers to be pretty good. Okay. So I'm going to go to the next page here. Our estimated financial impacts. So the last time we talked about our change in beginning fund balance, and so that number of $6.2 million you see here, that's going to probably be pretty close to what you see in the audit for our general fund. Because of a robust economy and some savings and costs last year, we're almost $1 million ahead last year, which was a positive that we talked about the last time. I added in some prepaid expenses in there, so this reflects the full fund balance, just so that it'll be tied to our audit. That was the only change that I made from the last time. Our revenue here, you see there's your negative $1.3 million that we're still down based on our projection right now, and our $1.15 million. So right now, we're looking at ending fund balance of $5.8 million at the end of the year, if all this plays out the way it's saying. And then, of course, a decline over the next couple of years still. We're still anticipating a 21% reduction for 2021 and 2022. We want to be cautious about those 2 years until we get more information and really understand our financial impacts a little more. I didn't make any other revisions to the notes on that, except for maybe updates. So I'm going to just rotate the view here for you guys. All right. So, and then move you over. Got to scoot you over. Okay, let me see. And then you got to just kind of mess with this so that you can see it. So in essence, on our general sales tax, based upon, and I'll show you the revenue modeling in a second, we're still 441,000 approximately down is what we're showing on our projection right now. That's 9.7% on our general fund, okay? I don't report in these the restricted fund balances, but right now we're being ultra conservative with our post and making sure we're not overspending that compared to what we receive in. So that's just our benchmark right now. Then you could look also the building permits piece here, okay? Last time we were showing about 142,000 in projection, and now we're at 262,000 because of that increase from that one building permit. So that's good news. We're looking at 87,000 down right now. Hopefully we get more in. And our building has been a strong market on our sales tax as well. So we'll see how long that goes, but that's so far a positive on our building side for this town specifically. And you can see where I took out the revenue here for the pool passes for the, and for lessons, because those would not allow social distancing. And we just have a little bit in here for, potential for daily passes, so we'll see how that ebbs and flows as we move forward. Let's see here. And that's about it. You can see the 1.3 down here. And those are the big changes from last time. I did look through all revenue sources and updated everything from the revenue received to date. We're right now in the middle of doing our quarterly financial reporting and completing those, the March 31st financials, and we should have that ready for you the next council meeting. We need to talk to Finance Advisory Board too about that, on the timing of when we're going to deliver that as a Finance Advisory Board, but we're hoping to get that to you real soon. But for right now, these numbers are really good on what we've received in. I'm going to once again modify this a little bit down so you guys can see everything. Okay, so the actual results here are January through April here. You can see, and of course that is actually for sales that were incurred in March. The April results are from sales incurred in March. We're always a month in arrears, so to speak. But you can see that that our sales are very strong at the beginning of the year. I think March there was a lot of buying for a lot of different reasons. People stocking up on things and going to the retail grocer. We had about a 24% increase in our retail food compared to last year. And then we had a 62% increase between years in our retail sales number. This number is huge, this $131,000 number here. So it's big. There's sometimes there's two months sometimes you have an outlier, but that's a big number for April. Okay. So then you get into our projected numbers. I'm just gonna kind of scroll down to the bottom here to the post. We're anticipating to be 8.2% down right now, and general fund 9.7% down compared to the budget. So that's where we're at on that. And then our revenue modeling by sector of what. So what I'm starting to do is populate the numbers that we actually saw in the actual month column, so you could see maybe why we would have thought that things would have been the numbers that we're anticipating for the future, so you could kind of start to see trends and stuff is the hope. But we'll continue to get, I'm really interested in this May number because that's our first full month of stay at home and what that's gonna look like. Any questions on this part of the report?
Christy, I guess, that the fact that we're still showing some sales tax revenue from restaurants is just indicative of to-go orders, I assume, that's what we're seeing is sales tax charged on meals to go because there's been no indoor seating. So
it's because our stay-at-home order didn't start till March 25th.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So that's part of it, and we actually didn't have any restrictions, I believe, until March 8th.
Yeah.
So that's why it's it's hard. That's why we're anticipating it's gonna go from that 40% numbers that we're seeing to around 80% potentially. But we'll see how that plays out.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to keep moving forward. You guys can always go back with questions. The bottom part of the report, I included for everybody's knowledge base, all of the summary. So you don't have to move your head, rotate the view here for you. So you can see what every one of our restrictions can be used for. That's for your information only. The meat and potatoes, I guess I would say, of the financial report is on page 13 and 14. And then I'm just gonna rotate that back. So let's see here. Oh, why are you? There we go. Okay, it worked. Okay, so anyway, so what I did is I updated the 2019 to the pre-audit actuals, okay? And then so you're here for revenue and expenses of the actual results for the year for each one of the restrictions, so you could see the estimated balances available in each one of these restricted accounts. And then for the 2020, that's still our budgeted expenditures. Those are what were legally approved through and adopted through our budget. So that's why we put that there. That's, you know, inclusive of our strategic planning and all the thought that went into that at that point in time. Over to the right on the notes, I try to put any expenditures or how things are being expended in 2020 so everybody could see that. I'm not going to go through all of these details. Over Zoom, I don't know, I probably would lose a few of you.
Yeah, pretty sure you would.
But just so you kind of understand and start to get used to this report, I try to be consistent in my reporting so people can feel comfortable with that and be able to ask those good questions over time. That's all I have for tonight, unless there's any other questions, and Ryan would like to chime in.
So the net of all this is that we had a 1.6 million variance, and now we got a 1.3 million variance. So this is a good night.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, there's a lot of spending in the March sales, definitely with those aforementioned. But we'll see what happens with the stay-at-home orders in the next month. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, Christy, thank you very much. Are there questions from council on the revised financial projections? Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. It's very clear.
Okay, good.
So, next item. We are now going to turn to our first ordinance. So we're up for first reading of ordinance number 10, series of 2020, also known as the Clayson application. The Honorable James Lint is presiding on this.
Read the title into the record.
Yeah, just a quick second. I'm sharing my screen here so you can see what I've got.
And while James is doing that, I'll read the title into the public record. It's first reading of ordinance 10, series of 2020, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting special review approval for an accessory dwelling unit ADU located at 112 East Hillside Drive, Basalt, Colorado. Clayson application.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, we got the screen now.
Excellent. As Susan indicated, this is a public hearing and a first reading of an ordinance for a special review application for an accessory dwelling unit submitted by Norm and Laura Clayson. And we have them here this evening on the Zoom call, as well as their representative, Kelsey Nichols. The property on which they're asking for the ADU approval is 112 East Hillside Drive, which is near the corner of Hillside Drive and Spur Lane, as you can see on the map on the screen. As a bit of background on the application, the applicants purchased the property in 2004, and they applied to legalize an ADU on the first floor of the site back in 2004 and received approval from the town. The applicants, however, were required to file a site plan as part of the 2004 approvals. And then in 2018, a neighbor filed a complaint about the ADU not being legal. And when staff checked into it, we found that the site plan had not been recorded. And due to some technical language that was in the ordinance from 2004, it nullified the approval since the site plan was not recorded. I'll show you that language. Basically, the language is right here. It basically said that because they didn't file the site plan, that the ordinance became null and void, and so their ADU approval was no longer valid. And so, also as part of the 2018 complaint that was filed, a representative of the neighbor indicated that due to a technicality, they didn't have enough property size for an ADU. And so it was determined by the town attorney that the applicants needed to go through a quiet title action to incorporate some additional land area in their property that was within their fence line. And so the applicants did go through that quiet title action, and in your packet you have the court order that added this additional property to get them over the 8,000 square foot minimum that's required by the code for an ADU. So after that, they renewed their application for the special review, and the property is in the R3 TN zone district. The ADU is on the first floor, and once again, this is an ADU unit that has been in existence since before 2004. The applicant expanded their off-street parking, and I'll show you that on these photos. They added several parking spaces here in this area, so now that they have 5 off-street parking spaces. In reviewing the application, there were several discussion items that were identified in the Planning and Zoning Commission memo that's in your packet. The first being the consistency with the master plan. In the new 2020 master plan, there's objectives promoting ADUs being integrated into neighborhoods, and staff believes that this application is consistent with that objective and goal. Regarding consistency with neighborhood character, staff and the P&Z thought that 2 small existing units comply with the R3TN regulations and are within the character of the neighborhood. Related to parking, which was another discussion item, and this was one of the neighbors' main issues in the 2018 complaint that was filed. The applicants, as I indicated, subsequently added some additional off-street parking spaces, as you can see in the photo, to meet the parking requirements for the main residence and the ADU. The main residence is on the upper floor and the ADU is on the lower floor. There is an easement on the property that is for roads, streets, and ditches that the parking partially sits on, but staff and the P&Z thought that this was appropriate. There's some parking in the Hill District in other lots on similar type of easements, so thought that that was acceptable. In terms of deed restrictions, the applicant is proposing to deed restrict the ADU unit consistent with the code, which means that one of the 2 units would have to be occupied by a resident as their primary residence, as is required by the town code. And so the applicants are proposing to meet that, and that's reinforced with a condition in your ordinance. And then there was kind of one technical condition and comment that came from the fire district. There's a tree on the corner here of Spur and Hillside, and the fire district asked that they limit up so that they had clearance to get a fire truck under it if they needed to, and that's been reinforced with a draft condition of approval. In total, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval to the council with the conditions that are in your draft ordinance. So staff this evening would recommend taking applicant comments, then taking public comments, and providing council discussion. Ultimately, the recommendation is to approve the ordinance on first reading and continue and set the public hearing for the May 26th date. So I'll stop sharing my screen here so we can see the applicants.
Great. Thanks, James. I appreciate that presentation. Do you want, does the applicant want to make any comments before we ask for questions from council?
Yeah. Sorry, it looks like my screen went to sleep. It's past our bedtime, but, let's see. Well, I just want to touch on some things. Obviously, when we bought the unit, we knew there was the illegal unit separated off, and it was always our intention to make it legal. We did it in 2004, as James said. And for the past 15 years, both the town of Basalt and us have been operating under the assumption that it was a legal unit. We paid all the tap fees and all the taxes based on having the additional unit.
Excuse me, is this Laura Clayson speaking?
It is Laura Clayson.
We can't see you on the screen.
I know, I told you my screen must have gone to sleep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. I thought that was Susan's. Okay.
No.
Keep going, Laura.
Both units have always been occupied by residents as their primary resident, and all have been employees of the Valley. Today we have a nurse at the works at the hospital, a property manager, and the lower unit is occupied by a gentleman who's had a construction company in the Valley for over 20 years. We've made absolutely no additions or alterations to the structure, just the addition to the parking. As far as the fire authority, James, I thought I forwarded it to you, but obviously the fire department was not doing, physical inspections, because we wanted them to come see that if we trimmed the tree up 13 feet, it would look like a pole with a paintbrush on top, and we were, we either take it down or whatever. But she looked at the photographs and said it looks like when we did the parking, the additional parking, and Norm cut the limbs at the bottom, that it solved the issue for them, and she thought that it was just fine the way it is now. Let's see what else. If you can see in your packet, we addressed every issue in the town code, and much of this has been to correct things historically. There was obviously in that section of town, nobody's legal description matches anything, and once we got into this can of worms, they had to make everything match and meet, and so that's all been done. There's a new site plan, there's a new legal description, and it's my understanding that the whole difference of the first time that we quitclaim deeded that upper section of land and now is about 13 square feet. That was according to my attorney. The court orders basically said that no one took claim to it. The town didn't contest this, and that no one took claim to it, so that legally we now own that piece of land. So I think that's it, unless there are any questions for us.
I would just add that the Claysons and I have worked closely with Jeff Conklin over the last year to resolve the title issues, which didn't involve a substantial amount of property, but it did just have a complicated history. And so the Court of Eagle County has now issued 2 different orders in the quiet title action, one of which is binding on the town of Basalt, and the other is binding on anyone else who could claim an interest in the property. And so through both of those orders, the Claysons clearly have title to the entire lot and meet the minimum lot size requirement for their ADU.
Thank you for that clarification. Glenn?
So page 90 to 93, are the Crosslands concerns mitigated?
Yes, the Crosslands concerns primarily involve the quiet title issues, and then they were also concerned about parking, and I can have James speak to that a bit, but I think with the addition of the 5 parking spaces, as far as I know, we have not heard any complaints from the Crosslands.
Perfect.
Yeah, Glenn, since the quiet title action and the renewed application, we haven't received comments from Mr. Crossland.
Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant? I would entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 10 on first reading. Jeff?
Susan, was this noticed as a public hearing?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have to open the public hearing and take up public comment, and we'll be operating this just like we did our other public hearings, where we'll check our emails and texts to make sure that no one has indicated that they would like to speak, and because of the delay in timing, we'll wait 2 minutes after we open the public hearing. So if someone wants to provide comment and have us call, then they need to email me at planning@basalt.net, or they need to text, and that number, just a second. 970-987-7010. And so, if you can open the public hearing, Bill, we'll wait the 2 minutes.
Well, just while we're waiting, yeah, I thought it was our custom to require public hearings for second readings, but not first readings. Is that not the case now? We need public hearings at both first and second readings?
You know, actually, it's
Public hearing is only required at the second reading. However, I believe this was, Susan, I'll let you speak to the planning staff's practice in noticing the first reading as a public hearing.
Sure. You know, traditionally, we have actually noticed for public hearing on first reading, and then we allow public comment so that we can understand kind of what the issues are at first reading and have an opportunity to come back at second reading to, you know, respond to the issues.
Fair enough.
Anyone want to sing us a song?
So while we're waiting, I will say that this was a very interesting problem that the Clasons faced, with a lot of history and some nuance to it, and it was kind of a long road to get here, but they worked through the legal issues affecting the property, and here we are.
Wow. Yeah. So there were multiple pieces to it. There were quit claims, and then there was a quiet title.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a year and a half, at least.
I think one of the interesting things is that the surveys in Basalt are a little messed up. It's really hard to define exactly where your property is, because some of the old surveys were based on a wrong marker. And it makes it complicated, for sure.
Is that Norm speaking?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I was just verifying it's almost 9 o'clock, Norm.
Yeah.
Kinda...
So we're good. So, Mayor, we have not received any emails or text messages that anyone wanted to add any additional public comment.
Thank you very much. Then I would entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 10 of 2020 on first reading, and set the public hearing for May 26th. So, anyone prepared to make that motion? That would be Ryan.
Mayor, I move the town council approve ordinance on the first reading and continue and set the public hearing, second reading for May 26th, 2020.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second Bill. It's Bill.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Pam, call the roll, please.
Certainly. Let's begin with Glenn Drummond.
Here, yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Thank you. Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you. Bill Kane.
Yes.
Terry Tenenbaum.
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
And Bill Infante.
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So our next item is resolution number 19, the series of 2020, which is a resolution amending the town's electronic participation policy for use in the event of a local emergency declaration. So, Pam, is this your item? Do you want to explain what's going on?
I'll handle this one, but I think it will make Pam's life easier. Okay. So, the town adopted an electronic participation policy to allow, that set certain rules as to how these electronic meetings can occur. It was mirrored a lot of policies that other municipalities were using, and as time has gone on, we found that some of the procedures that were put in there to cause some inefficiencies in the meetings, in particular requiring a roll call vote on all motions. So this resolution would amend that policy and make 3 changes. And the first would be to allow for votes to be conducted by a voice vote or a show of hands on more procedural things. It would still require a roll call vote for all resolutions and ordinances that are not on the consent agenda. For those types of actions, it's just important to make sure that we're recording accurately any dissenting votes and who might be the dissenting vote. There's also a couple of provisions in there so that in the event a vote is not unanimous, it would be redone on a roll call vote. So hopefully that will allow the meetings to proceed a bit more efficiently. The second change just was to, based on using Zoom, there's a chat function which creates a potential for open meetings issues. And so the change in the policy is to make clear that that chat function should not be used because it could create a meeting outside of the meeting. And it should only be used just to alert everyone in the meeting that if there's some technical problem going on. The third set of changes are more forward-looking in that if we are in a position where some people may be able to participate in person, but it might make sense for others to continue to participate remotely, it would allow for some flexibility in, perhaps having all of town council in town hall, but then having the public participate remotely, or most of town council in town hall, and then perhaps more at-risk members of council or whomever to participate remotely. So that's the third change in the policy, and that's all I have.
Great. Well, sounds like good stuff. So, questions from council to Mr. Conklin? Hearing none, I would invite a motion to approve resolution number 19, series of 2020. This does not require
16, is it not?
15.
Okay, so.
Mayor, I move the town council adopt a resolution number 16, series of 2020.
Second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none, let's call the roll, please.
Okay, let's start with Bill Infante.
Yes.
Thank you. David Knight,
Yes.
Terry Tenenbaum,
Yes.
Elise Hoddle,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
Glenn Drummond,
Yes.
and Bill Kane. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
On that one. So we move to item 8C, the public hearing continued second reading, an ordinance of the Council of Town of Basalt to approve contract to buy and sell estate Sheldon properties. So I won't read the full description here.
Mr. Mayor, if you could read the full title of the ordinance for the record, that would be.
I'd be happy to. So, full title of the ordinance is Public Hearing Continued Second Reading, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a contract to buy and sell real estate with Sheldon Properties, LLC, for the purchase of property located at 2522 Highway 82, Basalt, Colorado, for purchase of property for public works facility.
Did you want me to just jump in and describe this briefly, Mayor?
Yeah. Yes. Please do that, and we'll see how much discussion we want from council. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Very good. So, you know, basically, I talked about this at the first reading, but this was an effort on town staff part to identify a new location, or in this case, an expanded location for Public Works. It's a project we've been working on for some number of years, and we're finally able to find a parcel that seems suitable for our Public Works purposes. You know, we've had a lot happen since we originally put this under contract. The COVID-19, you know, essentially shut down the economy, and so, you know, I think there may be some renewed discussion about that. We did have an executive session where we were able to present to council earlier what the due diligence had brought back on that. And I do just want to maintain for the record that the method by which we procured that contract is perfectly legal and not uncommon to you know, use your attorney to be able to purchase land. I would also say, as it relates to an appraisal and whether that become public before or after the purchase, you know, that is also a very common thing to hold that back, because that is proprietary. You'd be giving up your negotiating position if you release that prior. And so, you know, these are all measures that we take in the public trust, and, you know, that is why the elected body ultimately is here, is to represent the larger group of citizens when purchasing properties and other endeavors. So with that, if there are any other comments, that's kind of the basic background of where we are, and council has anything to chime in, or Jeff, anything to add perhaps?
Sure. I'll just add one thing quickly. The real estate contract did include a condition, of course, that it was subject to town council approval. If it's not approved by town council, the contract's null and void, and then the next action would be, if that were to happen, would be to provide a formal notice of termination and terminate the contract if that's what town council chose to do.
Discussion from council.
Brian, do you have anything as far as like efficiency standards go, as far as how much this would help benefit the town?
Well, you know, I think there's no doubt that the town hall yard that we're using now, we've outgrown. And, you know, I think according to Boyd, we had a study done 20 years ago that identified a need for, you know, a new or larger public works facility, just to be able to accommodate the new equipment that we purchased, the additional staff that we've hired over time. You know, the town is in the same yard, or the same area that it was, you know, prior to Willits coming on and growing to what it has grown into today, and the south side as well. And so, you know, from an efficiency standpoint, this location is a great one. It's central. It allows some of our equipment that's hard to move, like a sweeper or a backhoe, both into Willits or into East Basalt. And, you know, I think it was a good find, and would have been something that suited our needs for, you know, some time to come. And unfortunately, with timing, you know, with the economy shutting down, I think it would be, you know, a bit of a challenge for us financially. And we do have the money in our reserve, as, you know, we had originally contemplated. But we're also looking at that very closely, and what that might look like over the next 3 years. And we heard from Chris Heinrich tonight on some of our challenges and just unknowns really on what's going to happen with the economy. So yes, efficiencies would be found, but weighing that against where we are with the economy and knowing that we've got to first and foremost provide services to the community, you know, I think it's a tough decision we have before us tonight.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, this is a public hearing, so at council's pleasure, we could open this and receive any public comment. close the hearing, then we'll come back and have further discussion and work towards a motion. So I would like to, Ryan, did you want to say something before we open the public hearing?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know it had been mentioned before, but is there any chance that we could at least pursue the lease to own option? Or direct Ryan to do that? Or is that not off the table?
You know, I had reached out to the owner's broker and just asked about that, and I think it's it wasn't a no. It said, yeah, that's, you know, potentially of interest. You know, you can certainly direct staff to explore that further. You know, there is some other interest, I understand, in the property from somebody else. I don't know precisely how serious that is, but that, you know, council's pleasure as far as what you'd like us to do.
Okay. Any additional comments before we open the public hearing? With that, I would like to open the public hearing on we have an ordinance number for this guy? Wait. Is there an ordinance number for this acquisition? Jeff, do you know? I mean, do we?
So ordinance number 9, series of 2020.
Okay. Great.
Sorry, I didn't seem to make that on.
With that, I would open the public hearing at 9:04 p.m. or 9:03 p.m. And ask if there's public comment on the second reading of the purchased property.
Okay. Again, we haven't received any comments yet, but if someone wants to email at planning@basalt.net or text 970-987-107010 with your name and phone number, we'll give you a call. And I actually had started the timer a little earlier, so maybe we'll give it another 30 seconds.
Bill Kane, this is Bill Infante speaking. I wonder, given the prior intervention from Stacy Kraft, if we might not enter her intervention as public comment during this section?
Did she call?
What's involved in that, but
yeah. Is she calling and commenting?
She called in before, and I think she must have been mistaken in not having seen this on the agenda or something, but it was certainly relevant to it.
I think it could be noted that Bill, Councilor Infante, wanted to introduce Stacy comments, remarks into the record. That's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay, and I would just note that we didn't get any text messages or any additional emails asking to speak for this item.
okay. Further discussion from council. What is the council's pleasure? Would someone like to make a motion?
I motion we table it till next meeting.
Do we have to continue the public hearing? Do we not?
Yeah.
So I think the motion would be to continue the public hearing until.
Continue the public hearing on that.
And continue the public hearing and second reading until
May 26th.
May 26th.
Right, James?
No, May 26th.
6.
Can we direct staff to look into the leasing option in the meantime?
Certainly.
But it seems to me that would be the instruction to staff, because have we not concluded that to expend $1.8 million now would be politically inopportune? It would be a bad idea. And so the direction would then be to staff to explore the possibility of a full lease or a lease buy. But have we agreed, or do we need to take a position on the question of purchasing this outright at this time.
There's, just my brief comment is I heard a motion to continue the public hearing and second reading to the 26th. If that's not what council wanted to do and they wanted to take a final action on the ordinance tonight, they could also do that. And it would depend on how the action on the motion that's on the table, unless it was withdrawn.
Yeah.
We don't have a second.
In terms of order, I got to ask to see if there's a second for Glenn's motion before we have any more conversation. Is there a second for continuing the public hearing till the 26th? Okay, that motion fails for lack of a second. So the floor is open for an alternative motion. If I may, I'll just exercise my limited prerogative as mayor and just suggest that, I think staff nudged this in our direction. I think that this entire transaction was envisioned far before we knew anything about COVID-19 or the coronavirus. I think the sums of money that are involved and the risks associated with the uncertainties going forward make this an opportune time to make such a capital outlay. And I would encourage us to consider a motion to deny this action and basically not proceed with the purchase. So I'm not making that motion. I'm suggesting that's maybe a direction we should consider right now. Staff knows that informally we want to, carry on discussions about possible lease. The terms are favorable, but I just think we're in an extraordinarily difficult position to proceed with an acquisition of this scope. So that's one person's opinion. And
Bill, if Jeff Conklin can assist with the formulation of that motion, I would be glad to make it.
So you're saying somebody that actually speaks English?
Exactly.
Thank you.
I think it could be as simple as a motion to deny Ordinance 9, Series of 2020 on second reading.
As the gentle lawyer says, as counsel. So I would motion then to deny ordinance number 9 of 2020 on second reading as stated, and then would also ask, as we have discussed, that staff revisit the possibility of a lease buy with the seller and with whatever appropriate action to be taken depending upon their response.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Could we clarify exactly what those next steps are going to be, staff?
I don't think we need it. I think I've got enough direction.
You don't think you have enough direction?
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Thank you, though.
So we have a motion and a second. So please call the roll, Pam.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who made the second on that?
Ryan Slack.
I did, Elise. Oh.
Okay, between Ryan and Elise. Okay, thank you. We'll work that out. Okay. Okay, let's start with Gary Tenenbaum.
Why do we
Yes.
roll call?
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
Phil Infante,
Yes.
Glenn Drummond,
Yes.
Elise Hottle,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Bill King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I hope the staff realizes we appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And, I think I, for one, wish the circumstances were different, but they're not. And I think we're the adults in the room on this one. So thanks, you guys, for working on it, and we look forward to maybe continuing some other avenues. So enough said on that. Next item up is appointment of council members to committees and boards. So I think in your packet there was, Susan put together a matrix showing. Is this your item, Susan?
Yes, it is, and I'll need to share my screen, and I just did something funky, so I'm going to have James help me for a second. But what's in your packet, there are several boards which have at least one or two members of the Basalt Town Council as appointments to those boards. So in your last packet, I included a list of what those boards were, and then some information about who's currently appointed to those boards, and some of them were filled by members of the town council who are no longer sitting. So our goal tonight was really to go through and see if we can either reappoint or appoint the new members of the Basalt Town Council. And we do have one discussion item, and that is currently we have a a council interviewing committee, and that's made of 3 members who kind of pre-screen applicants to our citizen committees. And we were, as staff, recommending that we go back and have the full council interview applicants for citizen committees. And really the reason was for that was just to have the council know more about who's willing and wanting to sit on the town council board. So on your shared screen, you see page 1 of 3 pages. And so I think our idea was to go through each one of these committees and have members of the town council volunteer to participate in these different boards. And how we've done this in the past is we've worked through all the different committees, and then we've had one motion at the end to make those appointments. And it's not absolutely essential that we are able to make all these appointments tonight, but that was the original goal. And I realize it's late, and just also to kind of flag that we had discussed continuing the executive session after this. So that might play in for how much discussion that you want on all these different boards and committees. So the first one was the Mayor Pro Tem, which we actually appointed at our last meeting. The second one is the Rudai Water and Power Authority. This one is currently filled by Ryan Slack, so Ryan might indicate if he's still willing to serve.
Ryan, you good at staying on there?
Yes, I love Rudai and the Water and Power Authority.
Okay.
The next one is RAFTA, and we appointed Bill Kane 4/28. There is an alternate position that participates when the main position is not able to serve, and that position is vacant.
Anybody want to be a... So does the alternate actually go to all the meetings as well, or no? Just when I can't go, or how does that work?
In the past, it was just that the main appointee attended, and only if they could not.
Let's get back up. These are important meetings, and they're not short. I'll tell you that. This is a big time for us, like being on council itself. This is a big deal. So, love to have a alternate. Anyone? It's fascinating work. It's great. What else can I say?
Gary's raising his hand.
Wonderful chart.
I can do that.
Who's that, Glenn?
I take the bus.
Is that Glenn?
Gary.
Gary, great. Hey,
Okay,
thank you.
Gary, did you note when that the group meets? They meet the second Thursday at 8:30, so is that gonna work?
It's
Yes.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay.
It's 9, yeah, this, like 9 to 11:30 is, we're meeting this Thursday again, so it's
Okay.
11:30.
Okay, so we have Gary Tannenbaum on that one. The next one is the Roaring Fork Conservancy. They meet the fourth Wednesday at 4:30.
I can do it.
That's a very glamorous, who wants to do that?
I think the lead,
Elise wants to.
I'm sorry, who
That was Elise,
was that?
Elise Hoddle.
Elise, you want to? Okay. Elise, you good for that?
Yeah, unless somebody else wants it. Then
Great.
throw up your Duke.
Cool.
Okay, the next one is the Board of Zoning Adjustment. We have a first alternate and a second alternate. This is kind of an interesting board because they only meet when there is a variance, so they don't meet very often. And then we work it around the availability of the person, the individuals that are appointed to the BOZA.
Over the past 2 years, it hasn't met at all. So it's not a particularly onerous time commitment, but if anyone else would like to sit on this Board of Zoning Adjustment, I would be willing to step down.
You always got to wonder about whether you want to sign up for a board whose acronym is BOZO. That doesn't sound.
I'll be Bill's second alternate.
So is Glenn offering there? And was there anybody else? Bill indicated that he was willing to sit down as someone else didn't want to participate.
He's got too much history, he might as well keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Glenn. I got your back covered on the next one.
Okay, so the next one's Victims and Witness Assistance and Law Enforcement Board, VAIL. Gary Tannenbaum is currently on it, and the other position is vacant.
I'll do this one.
Great.
So we have David Knight.
Yes.
Okay.
It's great. We meet at the police station usually, or now we're doing it virtually. We don't meet that often, but it's, the chief does run a very efficient meeting.
Love it.
Hey, James, how do I get to the next page? Just give me 1 second, because I have I have you guys in the way for me to arrow down here.
Well, I'm also happy to step down if somebody else wants to do this too.
Okay, so, any takers on that? The next one was the Basalt Emergency Management Committee, BEMC. That's vacant. They meet the second Thursdays every other month at 8:30 at Town Hall.
That's a conflict with RAF.
Glenn wants to do it.
I'll do it.
So
It's the party.
was that Glenn?
That's
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
that's a donut meeting.
Perfect. I
Okay,
need those.
so I have Glenn Drummond on that one. The Basalt Early Childhood Coalition is currently filled with Gary Tannenbaum and Ryan Slack.
Yeah, those guys are the best at that.
I'm fine staying on that,
Me too.
Okay,
unless someone's dying to learn more about early childhood education.
I don't have kids.
okay. The next one is Northwest Cog, and we had asterisks in the columns of ones that allow staff to fulfill the positions. So we appointed Bill Infante late in 2019, and Watkins Fulcray is the alternate on that one. Bill, do you want to still serve?
I'm happy to continue. Yep, because we were on an off cycle between their request for renominations and reappointments and our own election cycle. But I am happy to serve.
Great. That's a good one.
Okay. The next one is CORE. The CORE meets the third Thursday of the month from 8:30 to 11, somewhere at the AABC up near Aspen.
A little birdie told me that Elise Hotel would be an excellent,
I would second that.
Yes.
She just got appointed.
Sounds unanimous.
Technically I did raise my hand.
There is, and just to flag, there is one more group that's called CC4CA. That's a lobbyist group that Sarah Nadoni had indicated that they would appreciate having a council member attending, and I actually added that to this list. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind, that there is one more opportunity to serve to your environmental community. The next one is Aspen Snowmass Nordic Council. Gary Tannenbaum currently serves on that, and the other position, the alternate, is vacant.
I'll do it.
So David, that was David Knight?
No, Glenn.
Oh, Glenn? Okay.
Yeah.
Glenn, okay.
Oh, I want to do it too.
Oh, it's David Knight.
David Knight, okay.
Please, yeah.
Okay.
Well, David, just letting you know, hold on, Susan.
Yep.
If they start to meet in person again, it is in Aspen. So.
When do they generally meet? Because it didn't say, but
it's usually the second or third Wednesday. I can get that to you. But usually I have to attend for work. So,
yeah.
You know, but Katie was a great alternate who was able to do it a decent amount of time when I couldn't.
Wednesdays are pretty good for me, so that's fine.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we're on the third page. IMPTR, that's the Intermountain Regional Planning Commission that reviews regional recommendations on regional transportation funding. This is one that also allows staff to be appointed. So Ryan Mahoney is the regular, and the planning director is the alternate, and they meet quarterly in Eagle. So if anybody wants to step up and participate, that would be great, but.
Fine.
Okay. Regional Housing Task Force. This is a group that meets as necessary. This is the group that's also going to convert to the Greater Roaring Fork Housing Coalition once all the members have approved the MOU. The town council had approved the MOU. And this is vacant.
I'm
It
interested.
was, what?
I was just saying I'm interested.
Okay. All right. So any other competitors? And then the next one is this council interviewing committee. And that's the one I kind of indicated as a discussion item. A couple years ago, the council decided they wanted to have a subcommittee to interview citizens who were interested in serving on our citizen committees. And staff was kind of recommending that we go ahead and have citizens that are interested be interviewed by the entire council and just do it in a work session format before the council meeting.
Does that need a motion?
I've been interviewed in that committee. It might be hard to fill positions.
Yeah, I was actually going to go exactly the opposite way and say, let's delegate more authority to the committees themselves to make recommendations based upon the committees, and they can present those to town council for a bless the baby kind of thing. But we should trust our committees and empower them to make those decisions, in my opinion.
I agree with Bill on that.
You know, that's
I would third that, because not all our committees could use more people on them. And any barriers you put up for interview and extra time is hard for some people.
Yeah, I agree with this Monday.
So Ryan Slack, you're saying keep it to the committee interview and no council?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to empower our committees. That's why we have these committees and dragging council into it. We have final say, obviously, but the more you're putting someone in front of more people, it's not gonna, if they want to volunteer for something, these are volunteer groups. None of them are full. So why are we restricting access by making someone go through an interview?
You know, the only thing I would say about it is that does this include commissions like,
Yeah.
like even P and Z? I mean, council has to interview planning commission.
Yes.
Yeah, they
That
would.
would be an exception then.
Okay.
Council needs to appoint the committees. And so if we're creating a process to kind of skip the recommendation stuff, that makes sense, but the council should be appointing the committee members.
Well, let's do that, and then if an interview is necessary, we'll schedule an interview.
Okay, for everybody but the P and Z? So we'll bring the P and Z applicants in, okay. So we probably, we'll include that in the as part of the motion then. And then the last one, was not in your packet. This was the Colorado Communities for Climate Action. This is a group that lobbies on behalf of all the communities. So Sarah Nadoni is the staff representative, and she indicated to me that she would appreciate if there was a council member that could help with that committee. And the involvement is as much as the counselor would want to make it. Apparently they meet every other month, which is about an hour and a half, and then they have a yearly one-day retreat, and then they have subcommittees which you can participate on. So I guess I would just throw out if anyone else is interested in participating.
Has Sarah been to any of these meetings?
Yeah, Sarah participates in all of them that she can.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I've worked with this group before when I was in Boulder.
Oh, okay. Sounds great.
So Sarah, are you Elise, are you interested in participating in this one too?
Yeah, I can help Sarah.
Okay, so I think we took action on everything that we had in front of you and added. So the motion that we were suggesting is that the town council make the appointments to the committee boards as discussed in the meeting, and then just include the recommendation regarding how we're gonna make appointments in the future, that will get recommendations from the committees except for the P and Z. So I don't think someone needs to totally repeat that. They just can say that they're making.
So moved.
Great.
Seconded.
Who was the second?
Favor.
What?
Who made the motion and who made the second, sorry?
Gary made the motion.
And Glenn
Gary.
seconded. And
Sorry,
this,
I'm battling a mosquito in here.
okay, and this one does not require a roll call vote.
So it's been
Correct.
moved. We need a motion, or are we all good?
So we have a motion.
Motion's there in a second.
Just need a second. Who's the second?
Glenn.
Glenn.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So, we're back.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
So there was one additional item, Mayor, and that was whether we were gonna continue the executive session. And if we're gonna do that, we need to take a break and send everybody a new Zoom invitation.
That's right. Thank you very much for that reminder.
Oh, yeah, because we still gotta review that, yeah.
Well, let me just ask, as procedurally, can we conclude the regular meeting with information and correspondence, adjourn the meeting, and then go into executive session, or you want to do the executive session and then adjourn?
Nobody has to adjourn.
I think you can, make the motion to go into an executive session, and then,
We'll come back and adjourn the meeting.
in the meeting would be adjourned with,
Okay.
be unable to continue after that.
Okay, well then I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move to go into executive session.
Is there a second?
We gotta do the, yeah.
I got it. Mayor, I move the town council enter executive session for a conference with our attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions in accordance to CRS 24-6-402 4B, more specifically to discuss case number 2016 CV 3032-2, Theodore Guy versus Town of Basalt.
Second.
Then we're gonna send you back to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, there are, so just as,
This second, and all those in favor, it's a roll call.
You can take a voice vote.
Okay, voice vote, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in executive session.
so Pam, just logistics for a
We have to
second.
do a new Zoom.
So are we gonna,
Susan, I'm sorry.
so we just need a procedural help here. Do we need to do you need to resend a Zoom meeting, or can we let Amy go and just continue?
Can we go back to, no, we can't go back to the original Zoom. We gotta,
No,
I don't know.
we have to,
I'd have to check with Amy if she needs a new Zoom or if we can continue this one without audio. I'll need to go speak with Amy, I guess.
As far as Zoom goes, we're not a part of Zoom.
Hey, David, does WebEx make this easier?
let's take a 2-minute break.
Well.
Just out of curiosity.
There's a lot of data out there, you can check it out.
So I can shut down. We will be shutting down. And you can maintain this. And we can maintain our Zoom. Yep. Okay. I just needed to know if you can.
So,
And we're not recording it. So, right.
so how are we gonna do the Zoom? We're gonna send out,
They can take like a 2-minute break.
What about the other phone numbers that are on the call? Do we have to kick them off, or is that?
The other numbers, but I think they're us. And James,
One is Watkins, I believe.
so Watkins can go away.
There's
The
a
510
9-7.
is Elise.
Okay.
That's her phone number.
One is Elise, and one is James.
Yeah, the 510.
Yeah,
And then there's
510 is me.
And then 970-927-4701.
That's the main number for the call here. So that's town hall.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay, so Jeff, we're ready to kill the broadcast, continue the Zoom, and then we'll stop recording after you make your announcement.
Okay.
So
It is,
let's listen to Jeff.
right? Okay, so you're ready for me? It's, I'll do my little announcement. It's May 12th at 9:33 p.m. For the record, I'm the town attorney. This exec session is being electronically recorded for now. For the record, participating are Bill Keane, Bill Infante, Gary Tenenbaum, Ryan Slack, Lee Otto, Glenn Drummond, David Knight, Ryan Mahoney, and Susan Philp. You're going to participate as well. This is an exec session for the purpose of receiving
yeah,
legal advice.
I'm not. Yep.
In accordance with CRS 24-6-402-4B, more specifically to discuss case number 2016 CV 30322, Ted Guy versus Town of Basalt. Again, the discussion should be limited to the stated purpose of the exec session, and no action, of course, will be taken during this exec session. It's my opinion that the subject matter of the exec session constitutes attorney-client privileged communications, and therefore I recommend that no further record of the exec session be kept. We can turn off the recorder.
And Susan Philp will not be participating, and neither will Pam Schilling or James Lint.
But all my phones, so text me, technically, if you have a problem, we'll come back in.
Yeah, we'll be here, just call us if you need us. I think Amy needs about 2 minutes to shut down. So if you could just entertain yourselves for 2 minutes.